It is a very good morning and a very warm welcome to this, the second day of the Great Yorkshire Show. Action-packed and a very busy day here in the main ring, here at the Great Yorkshire. It is on the left-hand side towards the members' end, our Irish draft, and towards the bandstand end, towards the society offices end, it is the small hunters, small ridden hunters, and then it'll be the riding horses. So it is the Irish draft and the ladies hunters, ladies side saddle class on the members end, and on the bandstand end, it is the small hunters at the bandstand end. Charlotte Hurst, Sarah Chapman, our judges for the hunters. And Matt Ainsworth and Kerry Lee Wilson for the Irish drafts. So we're almost away at the top end, the bandstand end with our small hunters. And Irish drafts, huge class of Irish drafts underway at the members' end. So good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Great Yorkshire 2025. Many, many congratulations. Well done indeed. They won at Northern England, champion at Mid-Hearts, and now qualify for the Horse of the Year show. It is the winner of the Small Hunters. Well done to Edward Young and the Shaw's Lansdowne. In fact, it is the Mollard's Be Smart. 686. Be Smart wins the Small Hunters. In second, it is the horse that is pretty much unbeatable. It is Alice Homer, Lorraine Homer's Tidy Town, qualified on 2 occasions, also qualified for the Horse of the Year show as a Small Hunter. They won here last year. Second now, they won at Staffs County. In third, it is Georgie Moore and the Ellison's SCT Master of the Hounds, also qualified as an intermediate for the Horse of the Year show. In fourth, 685, Mason's Question Time, qualified for the Royal International. They qualified there at the White Rose. In fifth, it's 685. In fact, 685, 684, it is made to measure. In fifth, 685, Question Time. They've qualified at the White Rose as the intermediate. In sixth, 682, it is Eva Hawkey and Cairnsdale Centurion, qualified for the Royal International. That in 2 weeks' time at Area 4B. And in seventh, it's 677. The Binks is Oak Tree Daydream. So well done indeed to Edward Young. Edward Young and Smollard's Be Smart, the winners of the Small Hunters. Well, our very grateful thanks in the ring B, up near the bandstand. Our thanks to Parry Land and Property, great friends of the Great Yorkshire, for their tremendous support of these, the 2 qualifying classes of the riding horses. Wendy King, Charlotte Hurst are judges for the Horse of the Year show qualifiers for the small and the large riding horses. And our very grateful thanks indeed to Parry Land and Property.
Huge thanks indeed to our judges, Kerry Lee Wilson and Matt Ainsworth. Been a busy couple of days for Matt. He was here with the Ridden Hunters yesterday. Got the Cobs to do this afternoon as well down in the top spec White Rose Ring. Had a very busy morning with the Ridden Irish drafts. Once more a very strong field forward. Not an easy decision, not by any means, for our two judges to come to their final decision. Great to see though, isn't it? Such a strong field in the Ridden Irish drafts. Two judges now just having a little bit of a discussion about their findings. Of course, the ride and the confirmation coming into play this morning. Still with the ladies' side saddle to come in just a moment's time. Then moving through the afternoon, we've got Scurries. We've got more top-class national show jumping with the British Show Jumping Business Partnerships International Stairway. Be big money up for grabs in that competition a little later today. That taking place around lunchtime. Heavy horses once more, their turnouts, the pairs today. Then into the late afternoon with more scurries and more show jumping as well. So an action-packed day ahead of us here at the Great Yorkshire in the main ring. Of course, two scurries, the smalls, and then the large ponies to come later today, with the best in each section then qualifying for the championship that we're going to see here in the main ring on Friday. But the British Show Jumping Business Partnerships International Stairway to come as well, as I said, around lunchtime. And that really a competition that has acted so well as a stepping stone, a springboard for our national riders to give them a little bit of a taste of international action. So top-class national sport to come a little later today. Not an easy decision for our judges, not by any means. Such competition. Once more, the Great Yorkshire Show has attracted the very best. Still deep in discussion over their findings of the conformation and the ride assessments. But called forward in top spot, and you can see what it means to him. Congratulations to number 336. They've done it once more. This is their 4th victory here in 5 years at the Great Yorkshire. Congratulations to John O'Fryer. Jono there with the now 10-year-old Dowdstown Purple. 4th win in 5 years here at the Great Yorkshire. Some record here. So well done to them. They won Supreme titles at the Royal International last summertime. Those titles are going to be up for grabs in just a couple of weeks down at Hickstead. But this is one that they really wanted to win, and they've done just that, haven't they? So well done to John O'Fryer and Dowdstown Purple. Well done in second to Charles Lemoyne. Charles finishing second there with number 332. Winner here back in 2023, second today at the Bowler's Blarney Quercus. Third goes to number 572. Ocean's Victory, 5-year-old, up-and-coming Irish draft, one to watch out for in the future. 270 then, finishing in 4th. Well done to Zara Owen. Morban Hall, Midas Touch. 344 finishing in 5th. Sue Tennant's Lion King for Leon King. And 569 there in 6th. First year under saddle for that Irish draft. What a performance. 6-year-old Dowdstown Finn. There's going to be more to come from them, isn't there? But ladies and gentlemen, we can give them all a round of applause, can't we? Because that was such a wonderful field, it really was. A field second to none once more. The Great Yorkshire has attracted the very best from across Britain. So thank you for the effort, the hard work that has gone into bringing these wonderful horses here to us at the Great Yorkshire Show. And a special award as well, the Asquith Blue Princess Trophy to the highest placed mare in our ridden Irish draft. And that goes to number 577, the highest placed mare, the Thompsons Bowland Princess Diamond. Many thanks to our judges. Wonderful work from them this morning. Their job not yet done. There's going to be plenty more to come for them. But I think this combination have etched their names into the history books here at the Great Yorkshire this season. Their fourth win in 5 years, winning the Ridden Irish Draft. Congratulations to number 336. It's John O'Fryer. It is, of course, Doubtstown Purple. Four wins in 5 years. He deserves another lap of honour, doesn't he? Great Yorkshire Show, your winner of the Ridden Irish Draft, John O'Fryer, Doubtstown Purple. What a start today, too, here at the Great Yorkshire of 2025. So much more to come. And in just a moment's time, we're going to hand over to our two judges for our ladies' side saddle here in the main ring. Jenna Tildesley-Winston and Sarah Chapman. Jenna, our ride judge. Sarah, our confirmation judge. And we've got a field forward of around 10, I'd say, for the ladies' side saddle. That'll be starting in just a couple of minutes' time.
Well, with the Irish drafts having completed, and it'll be the ladies' side saddle going on the bottom end down towards the members' enclosure, and at the top end towards the bandstand, it is the first of the two riding horse classes. It is the small riding horses. A very grateful thanks indeed to Parry Land and Property. Established back in 2020, Parry Land and Property, owned and run by husband and wife team, Will and Holly Parry. Independent business focused solely on the sale and purchase of farms, land and estates in England and Wales. And they pride themselves on the strong personal relationships with their clients, providing honest, tailored advice. So thank you so much to Parry Land and Property. Reaching the concluding stages, Charlotte Hurst, two to ride in the first of the riding horse classes, the small riding horses. delighted to welcome Will and Holly Parry. Thank you so much, Will and Holly, for their tremendous support of the riding horse classes, the Parry Land and Property riding horse classes, and many congratulations. They now qualify for the Horse of the Year show. It is Lucy Walton and the K-Girls at Nutmeg the 6th. Nutmeg the 6th, 691, they now qualify for the Horse of the Year show. That all-important ticket. And in second, it is Jess Hardiman. They were champions at Hambledon and at Midland Counties. Cumberton upbeat in second. Third is 700. Melanie Book and the Thorleys at Damour also qualified for the Royal International in fourth. 585, it is Alice Hamer. Liz Proudings at Brambleton Boy. In fifth, 690, the Brady's, Victoria Harker's riding the Brady's MSJ Snickers. Champion at Newton Knots in sixth. 694, the Martin Birds, Chiareni Villevue. In seventh, 669, eighth, is 696, Kilbricken's Princess. So those are the lineup for this, the small riding horse. So it is lap of honour time, and well done indeed, Lucy Walton and Nutmeg the 6th. Well, with the ladies' side saddle class taking place at the bottom end, it is now time to turn our attention to the Parry Land and Property large riding horse qualifying for the Horse of the Year show. Wendy King for the confirmation, Charlotte Hurst for the ride. So, large riding horses at the top end, you'll find it on page 48 of your equine catalogue. Class 84.
So huge thanks to our judges once more. Right judge for the ladies' side saddle, the Mears Flooring ladies' side saddle. That is Jenna Tilsley-Winston, Derbyshire. And Sarah Chapman, our confirmation judge. They're just having a discussion at the moment, going through what they've found, what Jenna's found during the ride assessment, what Sarah's found when having a good look at the confirmation. Of course, Horse of the Year show tickets up for grabs here at the Great Yorkshire. Don't forget as well, the action still to come today here in the main ring. Scurry's the smalls, just before 11 o'clock. A little later today as well, the large ponies in there. Scurry's the best of those qualifying for the championship that we're going to see here in the main ring on Friday. British Show Jumping Business Partnerships International Stairway. Top-class national show jumping, and you can see the fences that have been assembled out here in the main ring already. The height of these fences is huge. It is, as I said, top-level national sport, and the International Stairway very much a foundation for our top national riders to help them progress onto the international stage as well, hopefully going on to represent Great Britain across the world on teams. Then, of course, more heavy horses. Ben Atkinson, local man, back here in Yorkshire. Very special talent is Ben. Yorkshire talent as well, so great to have him back here at the Great Yorkshire for 2025. Don't miss that a little later this afternoon. So there is so much to look forward to, not only here in the main ring, but out and about around the showground as well. Cattle, sheep, so many varieties. Of course, the young farmers there with us. We've got plenty of hands-on displays. But our two judges now, Sarah and Jenna, just heading back towards the front. Have they decided? Just heading out once more. Good luck to them all, moments away from the final result. Let's see who they call in first for the ladies' side saddle. Still a few ongoing discussions between our judges. But there's a big smile on the face of Charlotte Clark as she's called in first. She was quite brilliant here at the Great Yorkshire 12 months ago. The horse winner in the lightweights yesterday. Combination winners at the Royal Three Counties just a few weeks ago. Well, they're winners here at the Great Yorkshire. Congratulations, Charlotte Clark and the Trembaths Harbour Master. Called in second is 584. Amy Jones, third at the Highland a couple of weeks ago. She's gone one better here this morning. Well done to Amy Jones there with her own Lola the second. 582 finishing in third, Freya Baldwin. And the wonderful all-rounder is qualified for the Royal International. The smalls and the ladies. Also turns a hoof to Working Hunter as well. So well done in third, Freya Baldwin and Hoden d'Abruzzo. 302 finishing in fourth place. Liliana Outram, Hello Florence. 304 taking fifth. Emily Simpson. Went very well at the Highland. Emily there with the Master of Ballantrae. Sixth, 322. Well done to Amy Lee and Carl Zash. And seventh there to 581, Eden Greenwood and Frank's Diamond Geezer. Huge thanks once more to our judges, Jenna Tildesley-Winston and Sarah Chapman. I'm sure their job not yet done. There's going to be more action for them, isn't there, here at the Great Yorkshire? Our winner today receiving the Yorkshire Agricultural Society Perpetual Rose Bowl. Looks as if the BSPS Side Saddle Trophy offered by Mr. and Mrs. Travis, presented to our highest placed Yorkshire-based owner rider. Looks as if that's going to Eden Greenwood there, Frank's Diamond Geezer. So well done to them, competing here on home soil, on home turf. Very, very special occasion for our Yorkshire-based owners, riders and connections. So thank you once more to our judges, Jenna Tildesley-Winston and Sarah Chapman. And it's been a special week, hasn't it, for this horse? Winning in the lightweights yesterday morning and winning the ladies' side saddle here today. Congratulations to Charlotte Clark and the Trembaths Harbour Master. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your winner of the ladies' side saddle. Well done, Charlotte Clark and Harbour Master.
Yes, very well done indeed to Charlotte. So that's another strong class and another strong class taking place on the bandstand end. And it is the large riding horse. Qualifying for the Horse of the Year show. Very grateful thanks indeed to Will and to Holly Parry, tremendous supporters of the riding horse classes here at the Great Yorkshire.
right, mate. All you do, just grab it. No top rope. One on one side, one on the other. I'll show you how it's happened. So you two stand out. What's that on all of them?
these horses have all gone out, we're going to do exactly what we've done with that rope. Put them on the other side of the trailer. Just relax, you're alright. Enjoy yourselves. Sit on the trailer if you want, don't worry. What are you doing, bro? Take it off money. Flick them. I was just a bit worried with. Yeah, but it would be alright because who knew that they were cheering for that girl?
Delighted to welcome Will and Holly Parry Property Services to present the awards. Parry Land and Property to present the awards. Well done indeed, Martin Skelton. Martin with the Milnes is Mylands Limited Edition. They were in fact champion in hand here as a 3-year-old 2 years ago. Now the 5-year-old novice and champions at Hambledon this year. They were novice champions of the British Show Horse 12 months last September. And they stand at the top of the line in the large riding horse. Second, great winner, already qualified. It is 7:04. Vicky Smith and the Davises, Tremal Timpani. 7:04, they were champions at the Royal Windsor Horse Show. And third, Edward Young. Edward and the Mollards, Calcourt Soli, the 7-year-old. In fourth, it is Moortop Oliver Twist, 5:83. Fifth, 7:08, the Martin Merrigan's Tiger's Legacy by Tiger Attack out of Broadstone Dolce Vita. In sixth, 1:52, the Simpsons Sunbeam. In seventh, 7:12, Small Time the second, Timperley's Small Time the second. In eighth, 7:07, the King's Ashley's Total Class. Ninth is 7:02, the Chadwicks Over Water Majestic Meg. And 10th, 7:13, Fridebi Timber. So well done indeed. The first two go through to the championship in a minute. And it is those two led off by the winner. It is Martin Skelton and Milan's Limited Edition. So up we go. The two large riding horses join us. And as we've just seen, they are Milan's Limited Edition and Tremal Timpani. And then we go to the smalls, just joining us now for the championship. It is Nutmeg the Sixth and Combatant Upbeat. So those two joining us any minute now. Our small riding horses will be with us. For the championship, So they've done their shows, the small riding horse and the large riding horses, and very much judged as a separate championship, separate class. In fact, down in the top spec white rose ring in the championship yesterday, they flipped the results, the judges, so anything can happen in this, the championship. So the two largest come alongside each other, and then the smalls. So, any minute now, then Scurry driving, the first of the two heats of Scurry driving, that's up next. But any minute now we'll decide who, and another of the blue ribbons of the showing world, the championship. Any championship at the Great Yorkshire is one to covet, one to win. In reverse order. In reverse order. Thanks to Will and Holly Parry. In reverse order, the reserve champion. The reserve is Lucy Walton and Nutmeg the sixth from the smalls. Well done indeed. It is Martin Skelton and the Mills is Mylands Limited Edition. Thank you very much indeed to Will and to Holly Parry. It is, congratulations, the riding horse champion, Great Yorkshire 2025, Martin Skelton, the Mills is Mylands Limited Edition. Well done to Martin Skelton. So Scurry's up next. John Stokes will take us through the magnificence of the Scurries. And then the tenors, the fabulous tenors, Yorkshire Volunteers Band, and then the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. It really is a very, very busy day here on the second day of the Great Yorkshire. The stage, the woodland, the sheep, the cattle, the pigs, the top spec white rose ring, the amazing young farmers, countryside area. It is a very busy day here at the Great Yorkshire. Scurry driving here in the main ring in a few minutes' time. Well done.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is building towards the first of two legs for our Scurry driving here at the Great Yorkshire of 2025. We've got the small ponies featuring first, the large ponies to come a little later today, and the culmination of it all will be their big final on Friday, the Scurry Driving Championship here at the Great Yorkshire, the one that they all want to win, but they want to get their eye in here this morning, they really do, and they want to get themselves a very good draw for that championship later on this week. So there's still plenty at stake, and Sean Whitelock has set the track out there that gets us underway over in front of the grandstand. A long gallop, 1, 2, 3, 4, right-handed back to 5, and then 6 is the first of those technical obstacles. The slalom down towards us in the jury box, A, B, C, and D. They're going to be weaving, they're going to be zigging and zagging left to right as they make their way through. Then out of there at the gallop once more, 7, 8, and into the box. Now, they can enter that box on either rein, enter on the right, leave on the left, or enter on the left and leave on the right. And our drivers will make the decision depending on the stronger rein for our ponies that we're going to see here this morning. Once they leave that box, then we can really turn up the volume once more as they battle uphill, 10, 11, and finishing alongside the triple combination at number 12. So it is going to be fast and furious. The first ball off a cone will incur a 5-second time penalty. The second onwards, 10 from there on in. So those balls off the cones will be very costly indeed. It's all about accuracy, precision, and of course keeping up the pace from start to finish as well. And it is true what they say with these Scurry driving ponies. The louder you cheer, the faster they go. So we can really play our part here this morning and get behind each and every one of them. We've got 7 teams of small ponies joining us, 4 large ponies to come a little later this afternoon. They'll be back at 2:20. But it is the smalls up first. So Great Yorkshire, get ready. You can play your part with the Scurry Driving Championship. The small ponies up first. Well, here we go then, Great Yorkshire. Are you in good voice Sunday number 2? We sure hope you are. It's time to turn up the volume as these drivers turn up the tempo here with the Scurry driving. The small ponies up first. Those little legs will be firing. They'll be pumping here this morning, so make sure you're with them every stride of the way. As we welcome in our first, it's Todd Price and Pie and Mash. New team this season. Good luck to them. So much at stake, a huge atmosphere, a huge occasion here at the Great Yorkshire, and we're away through the start. We start the clock running, and we're off at the gallop. So we're setting sail very early in the competition. Can't afford a ball off the cone, though. 1, 2, 3, over and done. Down the hill they go, through the gate at 4. These two ponies have only been together since the start of the season, and that bond, that communication between the two ponies, the driver and the groom on the back, is so very important. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 over and done now for the slalom. You watch the groom on the back lean from the left to the right, to the left, to the right once more, and they're away, and they're out of that slalom in around 32 seconds. So then they pick up the gallop once more, just moving through the gears, heading a little bit of a correction there. Oh, we've got a ball off the cone at 7, so 5 seconds to add. Really can't afford another, though. For every ball off a cone from here on in, it's going to be 10, and that is going to be so costly. Silky smooth through the box, 9A, B, and C. Now we can start to turn up the volume a little bit more. Come on, Great Yorkshire. Be quiet over there in the grandstand. Let's start to cheer them home. 1 gate left to go, heading down at the gallop. Come on then, Todd Price. Come on, Pie and Mash to stop the clock at 65.77. We add the 5, 70.77 for our first to go. Give them a round of applause. Pie and Mash and Todd Price. So the gauntlet has been thrown down. There is a mountain to climb, but this lady, we've seen her here at the Great Yorkshire, and it always brings out the best in her. So let's give her a nice warm welcome. Let's have a grandstand roar for track and trace, Veronica Kelland. The bell sounds and we're under starter's orders. The engines now are revving and the two ponies, track and trace, chomping at the bit. Driven by Veronica, senior support worker for adults. With learning difficulties, she's from Liphook in Hampshire. It's been some journey for her to get here to the Great Yorkshire, but time and time again, she makes the journey up north because it is so, so worth her while. Let's see if she can crown that journey off with a victory here at the Great Yorkshire this morning. We can turn up the volume a little bit more, though, because she's got a very tough time to catch, hasn't she? That set by Todd Price and Pie and Mash of 70.77. So we're off at the gallop. That left-handed turn down the hill, just using gravity, just gravity on her side as it draws them down. But then she has to sit up, take a little bit of a check, and it's right hand down around the corner to number 4. Let's have a look at the slalom now. Groom on the back again. We're really going to have to shift the weight from the left to the right. They have to enter on the left-hand side of that slalom as they approach. That's very smooth, isn't it? Leaning left, leaning right. You can hear Veronica giving words of encouragement to the two ponies, track and trace, and she's away from there in 35. A little bit of work to do, but at the moment, it's a clean run, but not anymore. We've got 5 to add. Heading up the hill once more, into the box, and she's in on the left-hand side. Keeps up the canter, just drops to trot there and leans forward, gives with those reins, and away she goes. She's out of that box in 52.53. Now that long run back up the hill as the legs start to burn. You can hear Veronica calling those ponies on. We can do the same. Come on then, Great Yorkshire. Cheer her home. Come on, Veronica. Through she goes. She stops the clock at 66.87. 71.87 is the time, and it goes into second. Give her a round of applause, though. Well done, Veronica Kelland. Two gone and 5 still to go, but I think we're going to turn up the tempo even more because this man was a brilliant winner here 12 months ago. He loves it at the Great Yorkshire. You can see exactly why. Let's make him welcome with Bitter and Twisted, John Cornell. Come on then, John. Let's set it alight here this morning at the Great Yorkshire Show. Hopefully he won't be feeling bitter and twisted at the end of the run here this morning. And away he goes. And look at those two ponies, stride for stride at the gallop. And it's very quick. This man, he is a true adrenaline junkie. He knows no fear. And we're going to see that on show here down the hill. Doesn't take a pull. Keeps up the gallop as he turns right-handed, both John and the groom, leaning to the right-hand side. Keeping those wheels on the floor. Keeping the traction. Heading now down the hill into that slalom. Has to be silky smooth here. Slip and a slide as he makes his way through. Look at the correction, look at the balance, and he's away in 28 seconds. And this is very quick indeed. John loves it here at the Great Yorkshire because of the crowd. And we've got the ball off the cone at 7 once more. 5 seconds to add, now another 10. 15 is going to be the time penalty. He was very quick, but I don't think he's going to be quick enough to make up that deficit there. Turning right-handed now, and it's that big push for home. He needs a miracle. Can the Great Yorkshire crowd provide one? Come on then, John. Come on, Bitter and Twisted. The long run for home with nothing else to add except the 15 at 7 and 8. And he was very quick indeed, but finishes on 74.05. Great Yorkshire, give him a round of applause. Brilliant to have him back. Well done, John Cornell, into third. Well, we're under starter's orders, and my word, the adrenaline is pumping through the veins of these two ponies, isn't it? We've got up next Smokey and the Bandit for Kim Scott. She looks confident. Todd Price leading with Pie and Mash, 70.77. That is the time to beat at the moment. But I think we're going to be moving up through the gears with the next. She's just now getting these two ponies focused. And that is not easy. because these ponies, they know the job, and the minute they hear the bell sound, they want to get off to the races. We want them to get off to the races, but they've got to do so, and they've got to do so working together as a team. They're focused. There's the gallop. Look at the way they drop their heads. They lower onto the bit, and away they go. Look at the gallop early as well. She's going to head through the start, and she's going to set it alight. Come on then, Kim. Can she keep it up from start to finish? So much effort goes into these ponies, working on the stamina, working on the speed, and we can see that this morning here at the Great Yorkshire. 1, 2, 3, 4, over and done. Must keep it up, though. Don't want to burn out the two ponies too early. Has to keep the balance, the rhythm, as they head through this slalom. Leaning into the right as they approach. A little bit wide on the way in. Just giving herself plenty of room there through that slalom. Zig and a zag, slip and a slide and away. And we're away in 30. But at the moment, it's been a clean run. This gate has been the nemesis, hasn't it, so far? But not for Kim Scott. She's through. And that was brilliant. Now into the box. Which way does she go? She's heading in. And she's in on the right-hand side. Turning back on the left. And we're away. And we're still clean at the moment. We're away in 49. Come on then, Kim. Come on, Great Yorkshire. Let's bring her home. 70.77 the time to beat. Nothing to add at the moment. This is going to be a new leader, surely. She's done it. What's the clock going to stop at? 62.56. Great Yorkshire. Turn up the volume. New leader, Kim Scott. 62.56. Great Yorkshire. She's into the lead by over 8 seconds. Give her another round of applause. Well done, Kim. Go and beat that. Catch her if you can. She needs plenty of support, does this next lady. So Great Yorkshire. Get behind her once more, grandstand. You can cheer her down that starting line. It is with bangers and mash, Maggie Fairbairn. 62.56 to beat. Needs to be out of the slalom at around 30 seconds to be in touch with the new leader, Kim Scott, Smokey and the Bandit, but she's set them alight early in the competition, hasn't she? These two little ponies, look at them. They're fighting tooth and nail, and they're working together as a team. That is so important. Slices across there. At the angle, through the gate at 4, down the hill, gets a good turn back to 5, and this is going to be very competitive, isn't it, now for the slalom? Has to keep up that gallop. The pressure has been applied by leader Kim Scott, Smokey and the Bandit. This one of 3 runs, but look how tight she is through the first part of that slalom, and they're away in 32, but a little bit wide on the way out, and you can see there, Maggie just giving a little bit of encouragement to the two ponies there as she leaves that box through that problem gate at 7, and still clean at the moment. She's into the box. If you watch now, Maggie just sits back, takes a little bit of a check. In on the left, on the right, she's out. Into the gallop once more, and they're out in 52. Time to beat 62.56. 7 seconds now to get home. Great Yorkshire, you can play your part once more. Let's bring them home. It's going to be close. 62.56. Not going to be quite quick enough for the lead, but 66.14. It goes second for Maggie Fairbairn. And bangers and mash. Well done, Maggie. Kim Scott still leads. So, it is Kim Scott leading. Maggie Fairbairn second. Todd Price third. 2 left to go. I think we can go even louder for our final 2, because the next up, a real favourite with us here at the Great Yorkshire. It's Anton Deck for Claire Barcroft. Claire, who's got a livery yard at home, works in a feed store as well. Started driving just a couple of years ago. She's competed in some indoor and outdoor trials. But she's with us here at the Great Yorkshire, and this is a huge occasion for her and these two ponies that she thinks an awful lot of. And you can see exactly why with that gallop. The two black ponies stride for stride across the main, the iconic ring here at the Great Yorkshire. It's an arena that is known worldwide across the equestrian world. So In she goes, right-handed, back very tight to 5. Can't afford a mistake, though, because the pressure has been applied by Kim Scott. Smokey and the Bandit, 62.56 to beat. Heading down the hill to the slalom once more. How tight dare she take the slalom? Well, she's in at the gallop, and she's staying at the gallop. A, B, C, and D, and she's away in 32, so there's a little bit of room for manoeuvre, little bit of work to do into the latter stages of the course, but Claire Barcroft can do just that. Through at 7, very close, but it's still standing. Now for the box, she's heading in. Where does she go? She's on the left-hand side. Little change of range, change of direction, change of leg, and they're away at the gallop once more, and they're out on the right-hand side. 53 on the clock, now with it all to do. 62.56 is the time to beat, but it's been a perfect run so far. Bit of a correction there, using all of her experience and skill through that final gate, and there's nothing to add. 67.35, and it goes into third. Well done, Claire Barcroft. So into third for Claire. Maggie Fairburn second. Kim Scott still out in front, but there's one left to go. And this lady is quite brilliant. She really is, but she's got it all to do here this morning. So let's wish her well. With odds and sods, it's Karen Morris. Engines now are revving, and they need to be. It needs to be foot to the floor, pedal to the metal from start to finish. Come on then, Karen. Let's see what you've got. 1 and 2 over and done. Through at 3. This is good so far. You can see Karen. She's got so much experience, but there's a ball off the cone, and that could have handed the title to Kim Scott, but she's going to keep up the gallop. She's not going to wave the white flag just yet. Through at 5. Must keep up that gallop. You can see how these two ponies working together, just dropping onto the bridle there. They are pulling, and they are pulling hard. In we go. Left, right, and we're away in 31. Now they have to keep it up. They have to use all of that stamina, all of the hard work and effort that has gone in to being here with us at the Great Yorkshire Show. All on show here from Karen. Through at 8, now into the box. Just watch as she takes a little bit of a check, gets the two ponies focused, drops them back to trot, turns through the corner, leans forward and gives with the hands, and they're away at the gallop once more. Now, Great Yorkshire, you can start to cheer. Where is she going? It looks like we might have got an error of course right there. Can see the groom just pointing out the gateway that she should have made her way through. But the bell sounds, and I'm afraid it's bad news for Karen Morris. Not to be for Karen, but she was trying, wasn't she? But Great Yorkshire, your winner of the Scurry driving here this morning, the Smalls. Congratulations, Smokey and the Bandit for Kim Scott. Well, Great Yorkshire, she's back with us. Let's give her a warm welcome. My word, she's earned it. She deserves it, doesn't she? Your winner. Congratulations, Smokey and the Bandit, for Kim Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you enjoyed that, don't forget, we've got the large ponies. Their heat to come a little later this afternoon, and they're going to be underway here in the main ring a little later on at 2:20. So, if you've enjoyed it, 2:20 is the time to return to the main ring to watch those large ponies go hell for leather around the main ring here at the Great Yorkshire. But we can say many congratulations to our winner in the small ponies here, Kim Scott, Smokey, and the Bandit. The red rosette heading in her direction. There's a big smile on her face, isn't there? Rightly so. Well done to the winner, Kim Scott, Smokey, and the Bandit. Well done in second, Maggie Fairburn, Bangers and Mash. It's third to Claire Barcroft, Anton Deck. Many congratulations in fourth. It's Todd Price, Pie and Mash. Well done in fifth, Veronica Kelland, Track and Trace. And in sixth, John Cornell, Bitter and Twisted. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget they're back at 2:20, the large ponies taking on their heat. Can't wait for that. But they have been brilliant this morning, haven't they? Cannot wait for the championship on Friday here in the main ring at the Great Yorkshire as well. But we say many congratulations to our winner here this morning. It is Smokey and the Bandit for Kim Scott. But the Great Yorkshire is the show, the gift that keeps on giving. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a treat. A dynamic, classical, crossover duo that has taken the world by storm, offering a truly international experience. This duo have been wowing audiences with their perfect blend of nostalgia and innovation, taking classic compositions that you know and love and infusing them with new life and energy. From Nessun Dorma to Unchained Melody, their rich and emotional renditions are sure to take your breath away. They've had the honour and the privilege of performing alongside some of the biggest names in the industry: Russell Watson, Alfie Boe, Catherine Jenkins and Wyn Evans, to name just a few. We are honoured to have them with us here at the Great Yorkshire. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Forever Tenors.
Sad power may prevail, can possess, conquer my country's heart, how they rise to fail. She's eternal, long for nations' lives. When our flags flew and armies stood, my land was born. And you ask me why I love her through wars, death and despair. Constant, we who don't care. And you wonder, would I leave her? But how? Changes everything, hands and faces, earth and sky. Love changes everything, how you live and how you die. Love can make a summer fly or a night
time. Yes, love changes everything. Now I tremble at your name. Love will never, never let you be the same.
Love changes everything. Days are longer, words mean more. Love changes everything. Pain is deeper than before.
Love will turn your world around, and that world will last forever. Yes, love changes everything, brings you glory, brings you shame. Nothing in this world will ever be the same.
Off into the world we go, planning futures, shaping years. Love bursts in and suddenly all our wisdom disappears. Love makes fools of everyone. All the rules we make are broken. Yes, love changes everything. Live or perish, it is flame. Love will never, never let you be the same. Love will never, never let you be the
Brilliant to have them with us, ladies and gentlemen. Forever tenors. And a look towards the in-gate sees exactly what's next. A band that can trace its history back to 1860, when it was formed as the band of the 7th Yorkshire West Riding Rifle Volunteer Corps, which had been formed in 1859. Today, the band forms an integral part of the Yorkshire Volunteers Regimental Association, performing throughout the UK and Europe in both concert and marching band formations. Directed by bandmaster Richie Howard, led on by drum major Stuart Robinson. Great Yorkshire, please welcome the Yorkshire Volunteers Band.
Band and drums by the centre. Quick march. follow me. Drums by the centre. Quick march.
And the salute taken this morning, permission being asked to march off by Richard Rusby, trustee of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society.
Good morning, sir. That completes this display by the band and drums of the Yorkshire Volunteers. Requested permission to march off, sir. Thank you, sir. I shall pass your compliments on. By the centre, quick march!
The fabulous sight and the fabulous sound, and they're back with us at 3:30 this afternoon. Our thanks to Harrogate International Festival and our thanks to the Yorkshire Volunteers Band. So show jumping very much takes centre stage, and our very grateful thanks to the British Show Jumping Business Partnership. It is the feature class of this, the second day of the Great Yorkshire Show. It is the international stairway. It's a huge field, some 40 coming forward, but so much to see and do here. So in the next hour and a half, you'll see the best of British show jumping here at the Great Yorkshire Show. Wednesday highlights, well, Rob and Dave Nicholson of Cannon Hall Farm are in conversation with Christine Talbot on the Great Yorkshire stage. They're up next at 3 o'clock. 1 o'clock, it is the fashion show. John Stokes will be going there at the Ariat Great Yorkshire Show stage. The gun dog demonstration by Farclavel Gun Dogs in the Countryside Arena at 2 o'clock. And sheepdog trials, but don't forget the game cookery theatre, the woodland, the amazing floral demonstrations and flower show, the sheep, the cattle, the pigs, and the incredible amount of trade stands and crafts that we have here. And of course, in the top spec White Rose ring, Don, and in the Ridings ring, there are at 12:30. What is it?
We've got the donkeys. It's a real highlight, isn't it? Joe Jefferson will be down there talking us through the donkeys. I wonder if we're going to have an appearance from Sean Connery again this year.
He is a famous donkey, that Sean Connery, always at the Great Yorkshire Show. So donkeys, sheep, cattle, goats, pigeons, you name it, we've got them here at the Great Yorkshire Show. So now, our riders very much walking the course for this, the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. First one will be away in about 7 or 8 minutes' time. So grab a seat, because for an hour and a half, you've got world-class show jumping. So it's a big course, as it should be. £2,500 to the winning combination over this Jason Abbs design course. Stunning course. Coming down the centre, that's the final line. 12A, B and C, the vertical, opposite vertical. And then right down towards, going towards the members' enclosure, fence number 13. There are 13 numbered fences, 16 jumping efforts, and it is a competition over 2 rounds. Special competition this, the International Stairway. The time allowed, they have to travel over 400 meters per minute, so it is the fastest of all the times, international speed outdoors, and the time allowed is 83 seconds. Going over that time allowed, it is 1 time penalty for every commenced second over that 83 seconds. It's a very big field, it's a world-class field. Britain's stars have come out to play at the Great Yorkshire. 42 will come forward to this first round. And then it is a competition, as we said, over 2 rounds with the top 5 or all clears going through to the second round against the clock. Not a jump off, it is a second round against the clock. And the best score from this round will qualify in pole position. So the fastest clear will go last in the second round. Good field, John. And the International Stairway is a competition that champions the best county shows and then goes through to the national championships. And if they win that, they become the national champion. And then what happens?
Well, then, of course, they get their invites through to the international competitions at the Horse of the Year show. They then get the opportunity to gain more world ranking points, and then doing that, they will then receive more offers to compete at bigger shows worldwide. So it's a wonderful series that started back in May in Devon. Sammy Joe Coffin, the winner there. It went on to Suffolk and then the South of England show. Mark Edwards taking both of those international stairways. Then Highland, just a couple of weeks ago, Chris Smith was the winner there. And then just over 2 weeks ago, it was in Royal Norfolk, which was won by Ella Dalton and Hurricane VDL. So on the circuit, we've seen 4 winners already, and all 4 feature in the field for the International Stairway here at the Great Yorkshire. It is the final leg before that big International Stairway final at the National Championships in just a few weeks' time. So there's plenty at stake, a very strong field, and you'll notice that out there we've got the water, and that is going to be in full flow. It's going to be in full use here this afternoon for the International Stairway. So the takeover board, that is faultable, the pole over the top, and of course they have to get over that water and clear that plasticine lath on the landing side as well. That's really going to open up the stride, but then you'll see that Jason Abbs has been very clever indeed. They're going to have to drop them back onto the hocks, steady up, shorten up that stride, and stay careful for that double that follows. And it's a fence, that open water, that we don't see all too often in the world of national show jumping now, but it's one that we're going to see as these horses and riders progress onto the international stage, as they go on to ride on Nations Cup teams, League of Nations teams, and then of course at championship level as well. So it is a real taste of international show jumping here for the International Stairway.
Yes, it is. Remember, top 5 or all clears go through to the second round against the clock. If we don't get 5 clears, we will take the 4 faults, but it's a big field. We should get 5 clears. There's no doubt about that. But if we don't, they will take their faults forward, and the time all important in this, the first round. So we're away. It is the feature class of this, the second day. All eyes going through to tomorrow afternoon to the famous Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North, the championship class that everybody wants to win in the country. And that will be with us at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. But this, all eyes are now set towards the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway Stakes. And the last line, the treble, 12 ABC, right in the middle, and then down to the Oxer heading towards the members' end. They must come home in under 83 seconds, and we wish them all the very, very best of luck.
Big task ahead, isn't it, for these riders? Some superstars of the future, some experienced riders as well, all here showing their cards at the Great Yorkshire. So please get behind them, because we start with a young lady, a young talent for Great Britain that was winning under 25 international Grand Prix last summer and has since gone on to represent Great Britain on Youth Nations Cup teams. Please welcome our first, Levy, Esdor and Glyne Watkin-Jones.
Oh! Oh, it can be the cruelest of sports. Glyne Watkin-Jones, very good time, 79.61. Remember, the time allowed 83 seconds, but the last going down. Bad luck.
What a shame for her. She's been a superstar on those British young rider teams this season, but it is the 4 for Glyne. But we're heading on to an experienced campaigner now. It's a new ride for him for this year, but they were brilliant up at the Royal Highland to place in the Grand Prix and the Stairway. It's Hart Hill, Mexico, and Keith Shaw.
Jumps over the last, and it is a time fault as well. 83.25, 83 seconds the time allowed. So 4 jumping, and that was brilliant. That was Keith Shaw at his best over the water coming to the double, but sadly it is a total of 5.
Let's see if we can get a clear from this next combination, because they were clear in top 10 in the William Hanson Stakes just yesterday afternoon. Winners of that major Grand Prix at Arena UK and Lincolnshire last September. It is running Lynn Crawford's Dukes of Hazzard, Emma Crawford.
Oh, it's clear jumping, but look at the time, 84.11. She'll have to wait and see now, because it is 2 time penalties there for Emma Crawford and Dukes of Hazzard. 2 time, 84.11.
Best score so far, though, and it is, of course, the best 5 are all clear as they go through. And here's a combination that we saw jumping brilliantly well in their first ever attempt at the Hickstead Derby just over 2 weeks ago. Good luck to her here this afternoon. With Kingfisher, it's Hannah Sims.
Up and over, it is 4 jumping and 6 for time, so they finish on a total of 10 there for Hannah Sims and Kingfisher the 6th. Now it's another Sims.
It is indeed. From Hannah we head to Paul, and this man has been quite brilliant in recent years. He's won world ranking competitions. He was on the podium for the International Grand Prix over in Cheshire at Bolesworth just a week ago. Riding Yankarado GB. Good luck to Paul Sims.
Time is good, 78.94. 78.94, but it is 2 fences down. World-class eventer, world-class jumper is Paul Sims. So total of 8. And the best score so far, Emma Crawford and Dukes of Hazzard with us that 2 time. And now it's Becky Marsh. Becky with the wonderful Stevie G. They've had so much success. They were 3rd here in the Stairway last year and then went on to become national champion. So it is the reigning national champion that joins us now, Becky Marsh and Stevie G. It's a lovely clear. It is a lovely clear, but it's the best score so far, but it's another 100ths of a second quicker, 84.10, so it's 2 time. That time is the final fence that the course designers use these days, but this man can jump them all.
He can indeed. He's won pretty much everything that there is in the world of show jumping to win, including the Cock of the North Championship here at the Great Yorkshire on 6 different occasions. It's great to have him back with us, Shareed OL and John Whittaker.
Oh, he didn't deserve that. The great John Whittaker, the best in the world, but give him a round of applause. Some days they have days like that. It is very bad luck. Sadly, elimination there for John Whittaker and Shareed OL. First of his 2 rides. What can he do on a brand new horse that he's bringing forward? In fact, it is unique to Frankport, combination that won the Cock of the North 3 years ago. So, it is the first of 2 for John.
First of 2 for this man. He's nicely placed on the International Stairway League this season, a big winner in that International Stairway just 3 weeks ago up in Scotland at the Royal Highland. Will his International Stairway form continue here in Yorkshire? Running Shagaloo, good luck to Chris Smith.
Jumps it and inside the time. The man who won in the Highland is in pole position. 81.43, Chris Smith. Shagaloo, clear.
And still another ride to come for him later in the draw. He's going to be back with Messerado Blue, but he's guaranteed 1 spot in round 2 of the International Stairway. But we'd love to see this man head through as well. He has been a big winner here at the Great Yorkshire before now. Big winner on the international circuit for Great Britain. Good luck riding Ernie of Greenhill. It's Guy Williams.
jumps over the last. It is 500s over that time allowed of 83 as well. 2 fences down. Well done to the team from the Army Foundation College. A wonderful arena party, but it is a total of 9 there for Guy Williams and Ernie of Green Hill.
We said earlier today that the Great Yorkshire attracts some of the world's very best, and this lady, a World Championship gold medalist in the world of eventing. She was a brilliant winner on the international stage out in Hong Kong back in February. Good luck to her with the Dime Syndicate's Envoy Merrill's Nest said, Gemma Stevens.
This horse can jump anything big. Puissance Wall, 6 bars and the stairway, but it is just the one down coming home. 4 faults, 79.29. Gemma, who was 3rd in Aachen, the biggest of all the eventing series in the summer. She was 3rd last week in Aachen and also in the Money in Bolesworth as well. So she can do every single discipline, but sadly it is 4 faults.
But now to a new combination for 2025. In the early stages of their partnership, but already winning on the international circuit, Maïsao de Roche Rouge and Poppy Strong.
Well, as John said, it is a brand new partnership, and Poppy and Maïsao de Roche Rouge, they retire. There's plenty of show jumping still to come. So we have definitely 1 clear and 2 on 2 time penalties at the moment. They're the top 3. Remember, it's the top 5 or all clears going through to the second round. This lady is bang on form, John.
She is indeed. Just 2 weeks ago at the Royal Norfolk, she won both the area trial and the international stairway. Our most recent stairway winner with us here at the Great Yorkshire. Good luck to her, riding Michelle Burnett, Aurea Van Kokenhues, Ella Dalton.
Oh, what a pity. What a pity. But the most important thing, both up and both on their feet. And that is the most important thing. Bad luck there for Ella Dalton and Aurea. So it is Chris Smith, Shagaloo. Then the 2 time penalties are Becky Marsh and Stevie G. Then it is Emma Crawford and Dukes of Hazzard. And then Gemma Stevens, the fastest of the 4 faulters. In fact, the fastest of all the times, 79.29. And Glyn Watkin Jones, 79.61 on 4 faults. Those are the ones that are on the top 5 at the moment, but we're not even a third of the way through this, the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. We will get 5, I'm sure.
One of them guaranteed, though. That's definitely Chris Smith heading through with the Shagaloo. And, of course, Messerado Blue to come for Chris later in the draw. But the next of the young British talents that were really shining on the international scene over in Cheshire at Bolesworth last weekend, joining us now. Here with Caroline Deegan Stallion, Illustre, Dalmasse. Good luck to Ellie Thomas. Course design team just ensuring that the second part of that double back exactly as it was before. And the bell sounds as we say good luck to Ellie Thomas, Illustre Dalmasse. Big atmosphere, big environment, and a huge occasion here at the Great Yorkshire, and just maybe getting a little bit the better of Illustre Dalmasse. Hard luck there for Ellie Thomas. She'll be back, though, as Nick said earlier, there's going to be plenty more jumping to come here at the Great Yorkshire of 2025. Can't wait as it's building towards the Cock of the North Championship here tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, it is. Course design team, well done there to our course design team in the Army Foundation College. Now it is another Whitaker. So unlucky in the Grand Prix of Bolesworth. Just clipped the last coming home in the Grand Prix, 2 seconds quicker. What can they do this afternoon? It is another clear, but it's another with 2 time. 84.22. He's lying in fourth spot at the moment, or is it third? 84.22, but it is 2 time penalties. And now the man who loves jumping here, and he's just down the road from Whitby.
He is indeed quite brilliant. He's a 2-time winner of the Cock of the North Championship here at the Great Yorkshire. He's the reigning champion as well. He'll be looking to defend his crown tomorrow. Good luck riding Cancun to Richard Howley.
New partnership, young horse, and always plenty. And this man has got some very good horses, Richard Howley. And they retire. They retire, but it'll all eyes be on the Cock of the North on Thursday afternoon. So 1 clear, 1 sitting pretty at the top of the tree at the moment. And now we go to the Isle of Wight.
We do indeed. This lady has made the journey over. Let's see if it's going to be worthwhile for her today. Jumped to a top 10 finish in the William Hanson Stakes yesterday, but jumped brilliantly in the Stairway and the trials at the Bath and West and at the South of England earlier this year. Riding Cacento, good luck to Hayley Webster.
Oh, it's a lovely clear, but it is another with 2 time. It is a great clear. It's yet another on 2 time, and that's into 4th spot at the moment. 2 time. Bad luck, Hayley.
So we've got the one clear, we've got 4 with 2 time penalties at the moment making their way through to round number 2. Chris Smith definitely going to be heading through, we can be certain of that. He was clear with the Chagaloo, but we're heading on to the next. Good luck to this man. He was a winner of the International Stairway earlier in the season at the Suffolk Show. Went on to win at the South of England as well. It is riding Flying Tinker, Mark Edwards.
Up and over, and the quickest of them all. 78.54. Edwards shows them how it's done and shows them in style. So 78.54 is now the fastest time, and it's clear. And that takes Hayley Webster out of the top 5.
2 guaranteed a place in round number 2, and I think there's going to be plenty more to come, because at the moment we've got the 2 clear with 17 gone. Still a long way to go, about 20 left in round number 1, and the first of those, it's Simon Buckley's turn, and he was jumping well on the international circuit at Bolesworth. All horses that he's produced himself from youngsters. This one that goes next, good luck to him. It is Millfield Hickson, Simon Buckley.
Well, with those fences down, Simon and Millfield Hickson, they retire. They retire 2 clears at the moment. Now we're at the halfway stage of this, the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. And it is taking some jumping, as it should, £2,500 to the winner. But more importantly, learning how to jump these big international tracks at 1.50 metres.
So many have moved up from the International Stairway Series to go on to represent Great Britain, and there's going to be more to come as we look towards the next. Devil van der Tiopberhover and Maisie Williams.
Superstar young pilot, this one, Maisie Williams, but not their day with Devil van den Tojo. It is, they decide to retire. So now it is the turn of Charlotte Ash, and can they be clear round number 3? They are coming hard to find.
They are indeed, just Mark Edwards and Chris Smith at the moment clear. Then we've got Rebecca Marsh, Emma Crawford and Jack Whittaker with the 2-time penalties. But this lady placed in the Grand Prix at the Horse of the Year show last October. She's here riding Irma Rienda, Charlotte Ash.
Oh yes, look at the time, 80.82. The lady from Northumberland certainly shows how it's done. That's the second fastest of the 3 clears and definitely through to the second round. Brilliant round there, Charlotte Ash and Irma Riend.
That combination really growing each time we see them in the arena. She's got a big smile on her face, and she's going to be back for round number 2 on a clear scorecard as well. But we'd love to see this man go against the clock, wouldn't we? Because he was in winning international form over in Cheshire just last weekend. He jumped superbly well in the Derby trial and the Hickstead Derby itself just a fortnight ago. He's here riding for Claire Villaruby with Vagalenko, Joe Whittaker.
12 jumping, 13 for time with those 6 seconds to add with that refusal in the combination. So a total of 25 there for Joe Whitaker and Vagalenso. Sammy Joe.
She was a winner on the International Stairway Circuit at the start of the season down in Devon. She was brilliant, jumped the round of her career to finish top 3 in the Derby at Hickstead 2 weeks ago. It's Cornwall's finest with Shakomo Blue, Sammy Jo Coffin.
Such a shame because you look at the clock and it's inside that time allowed. 79.63 there for Sammy Jo and Shakomo Blue. But the black and white vertical oxo goes down, so a total of 4.
So at the moment we've got Emma Crawford clinging on to a 5th place for Rebecca Marsh there as well. Then the 3 clear of Chris Smith, Charlotte Ash and Mark Edwards still the quickest. But it's Scotland next to go, and this lady has been jumping so well in National Grand Prix this year. Riding Glamour Boy, it's Kelly Connor.
Eight jumping, 3 for time, 4 for time, so total of 12 there for Kelly Connor and Glamour Boy H.
So not to be there for them, unfortunately. It is still the 3 clear. It's taking some jumping, isn't it? But £2,500 the first prize in the International Stairway here this afternoon. Whoever takes that top spot will have thoroughly earned it. But here's a man that was jumping well at the Lincolnshire show. He was jumping well at the Hickstead Derby meeting as well just a fortnight back. He riding for Michael Whitaker with Negredo de Muse, Joe Davis.
Well, Joe and Negredo de Muz, they decide to retire. So still those 3 clears, definitely through. Can it be a clear for Guy?
Fingers crossed for him here this afternoon, because this is a new horse to his team, but my word, they were incredible to win that Derby trial at Hickstead a fortnight ago. They are flying in the early stages of their partnership. It is with Crumgraft, Guy Williams.
Jumps over the last inside the time, 82.83, but 2 fences down. New partnership, as John said. Horse that Guy actually bought in Mexico, would you believe? But 2 fences down here in the stairway, total of 8.
So here we go with the next combination, and they're representing Wales. We've got Wales in that second round already in the form of Mark Edwards, but this lady will definitely be looking to join him in that second round. Good luck to her. Here adding Magnum Force, Sean Edwards.
Can she do it? Oh, 1 for time. Clear jumping, 83.90. So at the moment, into full spot there for Sean with that 1-time penalty, 83.9.
Yeah, goes fourth. It means Emma Crawford just drops out of the top 5 there with Dukes of Hazzard. And it's now Rebecca Marsh clinging on to a place in round number 2 on the 2-time penalties with Stevie G. But what about this man? Super stylish, one of the very best. He's been a Derby winner. He's been a big international Grand Prix winner as well. He's here running Cristallo's double take. Good luck to Will Whittaker.
That check to the last was so costly. It's clear. Jumping, it's another with one time penalty, 83.54 into fourth. So it's the 3 clears and the 2 on one time penalty now.
It is indeed. As things stand, we're going to see Sian Edwards first, then Will Whitaker, Chris Smith, Charlotte Ash, but Mark Edwards still in pole position with Flying Tinker. But there's still about 10 to go in round number 1, including this combination, winners of the Stairway and the Trial at Royal Norfolk 2 weeks ago, Hurricane VDL and Ella Dalton.
Up and over and inside the time, 81.98, but it is 2 fences down. 8 there for Hurricane VDL and Ella Dalton. 10 left to go. Can this man take 2 through?
You wouldn't bet against him, would you? Be a brave man to bet against him. Good luck as he returns with the horse that he partnered to top spot in the Badsworth Stakes accumulator here yesterday evening. It is Dillinger NE, Mark Edwards.
And the last as well, you look at the clock, 78.93, so it's 1 for Mark through to the jump off the second round with those 2 fences down. Well done to the Army Foundation College. 12B, and the last at 13, going down, total of 8.
So here we go with the next. It's the accommodation that last summertime finished top 10 in the Queen Elizabeth II Cup at Hickstead. They were 4th in the Derby trial there just a couple of weeks ago as well. Riding Calcourt Particle, the best of luck to Joe Fernyhough.
Squeezes over the last inside the time, 81.20, but it is 2 fences down there for Joe Fernier and the Calcourt Particle. 7 left to go, 3 clears, 2 on 1.
This man has already got one through to round number 2. He was clear with Shagaloo, and he's back with the horse that came so close in the Cock of the North Championship last year. This horse was victorious in the Stairway at the Royal Highland 2.5 weeks ago. It's Nicholas Smith's Messerado Blue and Chris Smith.
Good time, really good time. They're making that time look easy at the moment, these top riders, but it is 1 down. The green and white poles right in front of the grandstand and the brush fence going down, so a total of 4. But he definitely jumps off Shagaloo in the second round.
This man is back, the true legend of the sport, and he's back with the horse that jumped the clear to win the Nations Cup for Great Britain at Hickstead last summertime. It is Unique de Frankport and John Whittaker.
Yes, he's done it inside the time. The greatness of John Whittaker shows us that it is. And it's clear all the way into the second round. Pure brilliance.
It is indeed, and it means that Will Whittaker is now clinging on to a place in round 2. Sean Edwards sadly drops out with Magnum Force, so it's Will, then John Whittaker, Chris Smith, Charlotte Ash, and Mark Edwards all safely through at the moment. But there's still a long way to go, including this partnership that placed in the Talent Seeker final at the Horse of the Year show last October. Here with Machaco Quattro, it's David Harland.
picks up a time fault as well. So it's 4 jumping, 1 for time. Total of 5 there for David Harland and Quattro. 6 left to go, 5 left to go, in fact.
And 4 clear, with Will Whittaker also in the mix at the moment on that one-time penalty. But here is the Grand Prix winner from the Lincolnshire show 4 weeks ago. It is the turn of Ben Hobday, Lonely Van der Risk.
Time faults as well, so total of 8 jumping, 1 for time. Total of 9 there. Ben Hobday and Leonard van der Riske. 4 left to go in this, the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. 4 clears, 1-on-1 time penalty, filling the top 5 spaces.
But this man is back. He's had a little look around this course for the International Stairway. Let's see if that's going to be an advantage to him here as he returns with the very strong, the very powerful Ikaterina. Good luck to Joe Whittaker.
Inside the time, but 3 fences down, 2 of those coming down on the way home. It is a total of 12 there for Joe Whittaker and Ikaterina. 3 left to go. Will we get any more clears?
We could from this combination. They were 4th in the Grand Prix at the Royal Highland. They were 3rd in the William Hanson Stakes yesterday afternoon. They are building towards a big result. Could it be in this afternoon's International Stairway? Night and Day, Van Vlasmere and Stephen Lahore.
Well, not to be there for Stephen. And gets some 3 time for Stephen Lahore and Knight and Dave and Vladimir. 2 to go.
4 clear at the moment, and still Will Whittaker there or thereabouts on that one-time penalty. But he'll be watching these last 2 rounds because he knows that result not yet set in stone, not with the 2 still to come, because it was this man that was quite brilliant to place in the Cock of the North Championship here at the Great Yorkshire just 3 years ago. He's riding Vigo Cruise as we say good luck to Carmen Edwards.
Two for time, 8 jumping, total of 10 there for Carmen Edwards. So they finish on 10 with 1 left to go. Will it be 5 clears, or will Will Whittaker make it through with the 1-time penalty? We wait and see.
Well, this lady's got a score to settle, hasn't she? 2-time penalties with her first ride, Stevie G, but she's back. She's looking to post a clear with this one. Izara Dadam goes next and last for Rebecca Marsh.
Five for time, so it's not to be. So the second round order with that 1-time penalty going first. That's William Whittaker and Crystal Orr double take. Then we go to the 4 clears. Great course designing from Jason Abbs and his team. And it is John Whittaker, the first of those clears, going through with Unique de Frankport. Then Chris Smith and Adrian Mars is Shagaluke, and they repeat the form that they had in the Royal Highland 3 weeks ago. And then Charlotte Ash, going up to Scotland, and Irma Riant jumped a super first round, but the fastest of them all and last to go in pole position right at the top of the tree. The last to go is Mark Edwards with Mum Marlene's Flying Tinker. So it's all set to go. Take a breather for 4 or 5 minutes while our wonderful arena party from the Army Foundation College in Harrogate and our course design team and Barry and Paul's team set the scene for the second round against the clock of the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. Well done, Paul. Well done, Barry Goodwin. Amazing team that they have, and well done to our Army Foundation College. Heavy horses up next, thanks to Ian and Susan Petman. The trade pairs are coming up the hill at about 1:30. But for the moment, we've got 5 to go against the clock in the second round. John, where are they going?
Well, that's shortened course. We get underway. The course set by Jason Abbs and the team starts where we started the first round of competition over the yellow and white at fence number 1. Then there's a bit of a gamble to take as they head down to that hanging gate at 2. There's the option of a stride out. It's early in the course. It's a very delicate gate as well. Will they do it? They might have to take the top spot and with it that £2,500 first prize. But as soon as they land, it's right hand down. They're heading back to the Great Yorkshire Planks, one of the most iconic fences that we have within the world of show jumping. Moving up through the gears then into what is now a double. The first two parts of that combination, vertical to Oxer, 12A to 12B in the center of the main ring, and then continuing on that left-handed curve line down to what was the final fence in the first round at 13. As they land then, they turn back as tight as they like, back up the hill towards the grandstand to the vertical at 16, then right-handed for the final line in front of the royal box. That Oxer down to the vertical, 8 to 9 to finish over the orange and white. Time allowed in round 2, 62 seconds.
Will Whittaker has got a bit of a job to do. Remember, he's on one time penalty. Does he go for the clear? He has to go for the clear, because if they are, all the other clears have a fence down, he goes and wins the British Show Jumping Business Partnership International Stairway. So with that one time penalty, it is such a tricky fault to have, because it could be twist or stick. We'll have to wait and see with Will Whittaker. So he's the first to go on one, and then the 4 clears. So we're all set to go. We are all set to go. And remember, the flying Welshman, Mark Edwards, the man who set the fastest time in the first round, is last to go. It could all happen, and it's all to play for. £2,500 on offer this afternoon.
So it is 5 that return, 4 of them clear, and the man that goes first carrying 1 time penalty from the first round. How does he roll the dice here this afternoon in the British Show Jumping Business Partnerships International Stairway? We will find out soon enough. Good luck to them all. Remember, the time allowed standing at 62 seconds. Let's make them all welcome, Great Yorkshire. You can play your part this afternoon as well, as we say good luck to the first here with Cristallo's double take, Will Whittaker.
Really good round. Uncle John looks on. 54.01, so they stay on their 1 time penalty. So now it's game on. 54.01 and 1 over the 2 rounds.
The 4 still to come cannot now afford to make a single mistake on course, but this man won't be doing that here this afternoon. Great to have him with us here at the Great Yorkshire, and tomorrow afternoon he's going to go for Cock of the North, number 7, and good luck to him. It is unique to Frankport, and John Whittaker.
Jumps in and clears it into the lead, 52.28. But you might have noticed that just as he was coming to the Great Yorkshire planks, and now the gates go, just as he was coming, the planks went down. So a bit of luck there, but you always need a bit of luck in sport. 52.28 and double clear into the lead.
Standard set. They've got to push now. Good luck to this next combination. Just going to get everything back in position. Will the luck be on side for this man? Brilliant winner at the Royal Highland. He'd love a victory here at the Great Yorkshire. Good luck to him. It is riding Chagaloo, Chris Smith.
He'd also like the planks and the gates to fall over, but there we are. It is just the one down, and it is those Great Yorkshire planks that did come down, 51.12 and 4, so they dropped down a couple of places with 2 left to go.
Chris Smith into third, Will Whittaker second on the one-time penalty. The legend John Whittaker himself leading the way, but he's not going to have it all his own way this afternoon because the 2 still to come want to win this international stairway. And this lady could do it with Irma Rienda. Best of luck to Charlotte Ash.
Jumps it, where does the clock? Oh, 52.67 goes second. Into second, John Whittaker hanging on. 52.28 is the time. 52.67, the time of Charlotte Ash. Into second, 1 to go.
John Whittaker can take a sigh of relief for now, but not for much longer because this man is last to go and he's rewarded as the fastest clear in round number 1. He knows exactly what he needs to do to win it here this afternoon. Great Yorkshire get behind him with Flying Tinker, Mark Edwards.
And he jumps it and he wins it. We've saved the best till last. And a brilliant round for the man who is in electrifying form at the moment. Mark Edwards wins the stairway with the aptly named Flying Tinker. And they flew. And Edwards wins. Brilliant jumping. Give him a round of applause.
Great Yorkshire, please welcome in this man. He was a winner yesterday. He wins the biggest on day number 2 as well. Your winner of the British Show Jumping Business Partnerships International Stairway, Flying Tinker, and Mark Edwards. Delighted to welcome forward Richard Rusby to make the presentation of awards. As we say, congratulations to this man. Big winner here 12 months ago. He's done it once more at the Great Yorkshire. Your winner of the International Stairway, Flying Tinker, and Mark Edwards. Great Yorkshire, please show your appreciation to this man. In second, Unique de Frankport and John Whittaker. Congratulations in third. It's Irma Rienda and Charlotte Ash. Congratulations in fourth. It's Chris Dallow's double take for Will Whittaker. Well done in fifth. It's Shagaloo and Chris Smith. And there in sixth, well done to Sean Edwards and Magnum Force. Thank you to Richard Rusby for presenting the awards. But it's great to see this man at the top of the leaderboard once more here at the Great Yorkshire. Your winner of the International Stairway, Flying Tinker, and Mark Edwards.
Well, wonderful to see. Well done to Mark Edwards. And we've got another sight to see now, we really have, because it's a huge entry coming forward. They're coming up the hill. The power, the majesty, and the might of the heavy horses. The heavy horse pairs are coming up the hill. Steve Leadsom, the man from Ironbridge, the man who's been involved with shires all his life. The man who's done so much for the English breed of the heavy horses. We've got three types of our native breeds coming up. We've got the Shires, we've got the Clydesdales from Scotland, and we've got the Suffolks from East Anglia. More about them a little bit later on. We've also got Scurry driving. We've got Ben Atkinson. If you've never seen Ben before, you really must see Ben. He is quite incredible. A true genius with his horses. And we've also got some wonderful show jumping as well with the Rudding Park Great Yorkshire Championship. And that's Fast and Furious. That's Against the Clock with the tenors and also the Yorkshire Volunteers Band and the presentation of the best soldier of the Yorkshire Regiment. So lots more to see and do here in the main ring. Loads more to see and do around this fabulous showground with the stages, with the cookery theatres, with the woodland, with the bees and honey, the pigeons, the cattle, the sheep, and the countryside arena with all their gun dogs down there, the hound show, foxhounds being judged today, and the Young Farmers Club, the incredible amount of agricultural machinery that there is here, and over 700 trade stands. So it really is magical, and there's none finer sight in the world when the sun is shining as it is this afternoon. So, heavy horses coming up the hill any minute now. The gates are open, and very shortly, and I bet you it is, Goodwin will be up first. Shire horses will be in first. He always joins us first. It's a long old pull up the hill. So this the pairs. The pairs, tomorrow it's the teams, Friday the championship. It is the pairs. These are the real engines of the world of the heavy horse. They are the lower gears. That's what a good pairs is all about. So here they come, and for the next hour or so, under an hour, just under an hour, it is an amazing sight with the thud of the hooves, the rattle of the wheels, the jangle of the chains, and the horses and the drivers. That's what it's all about. And we wish them all well, we really do. Fabulous sight to join us. And here he comes, the man who loves his farming. Down in Kent, he'll be going straight from here off to harvest, but he goes farming to go showing. And it is to John and Jane Goodwin and their wonderful shires that join us first. Martin Kurzweil. In fact, we've got another breed of the heavy horse with the McDermott's wonderful Percheron. Martin Kurzweil, an All England ploughing champion, joins us now with his Percheron, with the McDermott's Percherons. And then we're going to the Clydesdales, it looks like. We're going to the Isle of Bute. To Jock McMillan with the Mill Clydesdales, all the way from the Isle of Bute. And then, something completely different. The only dray of its kind in the world, the bow-fronted dray with the famous Blackshires from Blackburn in Lancashire. It is Richard Green with the Thwaites-Shires. Still they come. Then we're going to North Hertfordshire, to Essex, to Cambridgeshire, to Norfolk and to Suffolk. To Karen White that's joining us now with the wonderful sight of the deep-barreled and the bow-fronted fabulous gentle giants of the heavy horse world. And they are the fabulous sight of the East Anglian native breed of the Suffolks. The Cothorpeshires join us now. Clydesdales next. The man who won the two-wheel yesterday, all the way down from Ayrshire, John McIntyre. Ron Brewster driving the Go-Go Services Clydesdales that join us now. The McIntyre Clydes driving the Go-Go Dray. Then it is Edinburgh to Glasgow. It is Elaine Ramsey with the Millall Clydesdales. The Shire Horse as well. Two more left to go. And this lady, what a day she had yesterday. She won the two-wheel, but she also got engaged. It is Ailsa Noble, Mum-Annette on the back seat. And Charlotte Young, Twix Young joining us now with the Clydesdales. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a sight you see very, very, very rarely. That is brilliant. Oh, this is tasty. 11 pairs. Wow, oh wow. Steve Leadsom is the judge. Now, what he's done so far is he's done what's called a close inspection. He's been down the bottom and he's examined all of our 11 trade turnouts. From the Clydesdales to the Percherons, to the Suffolks, to the Shires. And he's checked the harness. He's made sure that it all fits and it's all correct. That the overstraps aren't too tight, that the collar's not too tight because that could chafe the shoulder blades. That the vehicle's right, that it's all immaculate. Actually going down to the smallest of details, looking into the lanterns to make sure that the candles have been lit before, because it's really difficult to light a new candle. So that's it. So Michael's going to tell us, what are we doing? So, same as yesterday, out at the walk towards the White Gate, and then out they go. So, we've got the Shires, the Percherons, the Clydes, and the Suffolks. Fabulous sight. So, what have we got? We've got the two fabulous Shires of John and Jane Goodwin. Out they go, England's great horse, England's war horse, England's workhorse. And this is the pace that they always would have been at in the towns and the cities and the canals and the factories and the farms at the walk. If they needed to pick up the pace, they could go into the trot. It is a hard pace, but a horse, always the judge, any judge of a horse or a pony, is always looking for a good walk. That's where it all begins. So out go the Shires. 1,000 years that they've been part of our majesty here in England. Clydesdale's exactly the same up in Scotland and the northeast and northwest of England. So Goodwin just leans forward, comes back on a figure of eight across the line. And then we go to Martin Kerswell with John and Rowena McDermott's fabulous Charford Percherons. Charford, down in Dorset, they've made the trip up here. Charford timber haulage, and the Percheron, the grey breed. They come in two colours, the Percherons. Grey, as we see here, they're known as the French Percherons. The black ones, slightly lighter, slightly finer, and they're the Canadian Percheron, but exactly the same bloodlines. The Percheron been with us since 1918. So we have the Shires and we have the Percheron. They can both pull up to 2 to 3 times their own body weight, and they're between 17.3 to 19 hands high. So what is Steve looking for? He wants to see everything working in perfect harmony. He wants all 8 hooves to hit the ground at exactly the same time. He wants to see the horses on the bridle. He wants to see them working together. But he also wants to see them to be able to do the job of work. And this is what they were bred to do. They were bred to pull things, and they were heavy horse cavalry as well. The Percheron. We'll talk about the Shires. The Shires, very much 1,200 years of our history. The Shire Horse Society formed in 1865. Now, the breed standard recognised in all 5 continents. The Percheron, slightly different. 7 million horses lost their lives in the First World War. So what did that mean? That we lost all our ability to farm the land, to go into the factories, to be able to go to work. And the boys came back, and the Perche region, right in the centre of France, they said that the French have got a wonderful heavy horse. They've got a Percheron. And back they came to supplement the Shires, the Clydes, and the Suffolks. And now, so numerically strong, the Percheron, particularly down in Cambridgeshire and East Anglia and down into the West Country. That's where they're the most strongest, but it is fabulous that they've made the trip all the way up to be here at Great Yorkshire. So John Goodwin and Martin Kerswell are out. And you just look, the flatter action of the Percheron to the higher, slightly higher stepping action of the Shire. So then we come to the third of our breeds that'll be coming out very, very shortly. Martin Kerswell with the Charford timber haulage. And that slightly different dray, that's a market dray. So not as high as John's bottle dray. And more about that. That would have been used to bring the cabbages or the corn or anything into market. It's your general purpose vehicle. That's what that vehicle is. Slightly lighter than the bottle drays, but actually as important. So now we go to Jock Macmillan, to the Isle of Bute. They left on Saturday to get here to the Great Yorkshire. And the famous high peak collars of the Clydesdales. And you look at the undergirth, the colourings, the Scots, well, exactly the same type of horse as the Shire, but any colour. So, Jock Macmillan. The Macmillan family from the Isle of Bute, farmers up there, but they love their Clydes. And the Clydesdales Horse Society, slightly younger than the Shire Horse Society, 20 years younger, and their records, well, they can trace them all the way back. Fabulous sight at the Royal Highland 3 weeks ago with huge numbers of in-hand Clydes and driven Clydesdales at the Royal Highland, and it's wonderful to see. Thank you to Jock. So out go the Clydes with their high peak collars. Why the high peak collars? So that they can protect the shoulder blades in the cold winter months. Everything was done for a purpose. And then we come to these famous black Shires. The last 150 years, Thwaites have always had black Shires, and the man up on the high step onto the box seat is the head horseman of the Thwaites Brewery. Richard Green, his wife Emma, will be in the ridden heavy horses here on Friday, but this unique dray, bottle dray of the Thwaites Brewery from Blackburn in Lancashire. Very much a promotional tool these days. They go to schools, they go to shows, and they promote not only Thwaites Brewery, but they promote the famous Black Shires. Been head horseman of the Thwaites Brewery for, what, 20 years now, Richard? And then you look at this. It is quite simply stunning, isn't it? To see these horses' hooves hit the ground at the same time, making sure that the horse brasses are absolutely immaculate, with the thistles on from the Clydesdales and the hayricks on from the Shires. You look at the chrome work. It's immaculate. The two nose bags on the back and the one barrel underneath. And a lot of the breweries, if you go into Harrogate or if you go into Leeds, you'll find now they're in the parks and these granite water troughs. But if you look closely, because the breweries, they would have had their own individual water troughs, only being able to use by the individual breweries to make sure that the horses got the best possible thing. The head horseman, the master brewer, and the master cooper, the barrel maker, three of the most important people in the breweries. So Jock Macmillan comes past with the Mill Clydesdales. Richard Green comes past with the Thwaites Shires. Utterly brilliant. And now for something completely different, but nonetheless important. It is Karen White, Jane Groom's fabulous Suffolks. The older farm Suffolks, the oldest recognised of our heavy horses. The oldest stud book, going all the way back to the 1640s. The Suffolk Punch Society was formed. And these, if you look at the difference between the Percherons, slightly different, to the Shires, to the Clydes, and you look at the bottom, you look at their ankles, their fetlocks, and you look at the feathers, and the Shires and the Clydes, very much a good feather to protect the ankles, protect the fetlocks. And the Suffolks, well, they don't have any. They have very, very light feathering. Totally different shape, totally different size. And the light feather is because of the very, very light land that they have down in East Anglia. And this pair, my word, they are improving. They've driven quite brilliantly. A totally different action, the Suffolks. They're on the at-risk register. And people like Jane Groom, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal, Countess of Euston, as well, down in Suffolk breeding shires and making sure that we protected and preserved the heritage of this wonderful breed. The barrel-shaped, the really solid shoulders and the hind quarters, and they're plough horses. That's what they're there for. They're there to work the land and to go back in. Absolutely brilliant. Super to see these Suffolks. And another of the bottle trays, they would have gone out 4 high. As many as they could have done. They would have gone out first thing in the morning in the crates. The bottles would have gone out in the crates, 4 high. And then they would have come back in at lunchtime. The horses would have been rested. And then they go back out for the afternoon delivery. But you look at the action of the Suffolks, much lower to the ground. And that's what Steve wants to see. All working in unison, working together. And then they'll come back down in front of the president's box. Just, you look and you smile. And look at the trades. Look at the trades that are involved. From the farrier, from the Worshipful Company of Farriers, to the Worshipful Company of Harness Makers, the horse brasses, the glovers, the hatters, the whip makers, the carriage builders, the wheelwrights, the whip makers. It's all there. And pulling together as a team, working as a team. Lovely hayricks in the mane, the plaited tails, and the beautiful chestnut colour. Maybe not as flashy, but certainly, undeniably, as important and as majestic. Synergy, absolute synergy. So now we go to the Shires. The prestigious pets, Stuart Green from Sawley. Driving his Shires. That's another of the drays. Market dray. And well done, Karen. They come back into line. Fabulous drive from the Suffolks. And out they go, out to the walk. So we have the Shires, from Cothorpe Green Shires, Stuart Green from Sawley, and then we go to Ayrshire. To the Clydesdales. Of John McIntyre, John and Margot McIntyre, and out they go. So the pair of Shires, the Black Shires of Stuart Green. The Bay Shires of Bay Clydesdales of John McIntyre. Steve Leadsom, he's got a really tough job, hasn't he? The lovely bottle dray of McIntyre's comes back across. Such an emotive sound, isn't it? The thud and the rattle and the jangle. It really is. Thanks so much to Ian and Susan Petman for their tremendous support of the heavies here at the Great Yorkshire. None of them have broken pace. None of them so far have put a foot wrong. Stride for stride and on the bridle. That's what he's looking for. Brewster comes out now. Ron Brewster driving Alistair the Gogar Services drag. Gogar Services, so much for the world of the heavy horse in there. Tremendous continued support of the Horse of the Year show, Two Wheels, which yesterday Elsa won. And John McIntyre qualified for the Horse of the Year show. So this is the magnificence. This is the trade class, trade vehicles. To be able to go out, deliver things, collect things. And yesterday, we had the wonderful side of the agriculturals. And with a Wiltshire Reed and a Lincolnshire Tumbrel. And we also had the two-wheel cart. And two-wheel cart, totally different to the trades, but gives them a purpose. Gives them a real purpose. So these horses really on the bridle, coming across in front of Steve Leadsom. And on Friday, tomorrow's the teams, on Friday, we have the ridden heavy horses, another thing. And a lot of the purists said, oh, we can't have ridden classes, but absolute nonsense, because these horses, they started their history as war horses, as the tanks, as the heavy cavalry horses, being able to carry the armour, the suited armour, into battle. Now, that's what these horses were. And then in the canals and in the factories and at the mines and at the pits and in the farms, it was where they really earned their corn. So, Ron Brewster's out, and Elaine Ramsey, the Mille Clydesdales. The Ramsey family, still two left to go. The Ramsey family, steeped in history with the great Hugh Ramsey, awarded, 3-4 years ago now, the OBE for services to the Clydesdale breed. And the Clydesdale, North America, absolutely everywhere, just like the Shires. And the work that the Clydesdale Horse Society does, along with the Shire Horse Society, the work that they do, sending judges around the world, ensuring that the breed standard is maintained, ensuring that the correctness of type is maintained, is so vital to the continuance of this breed, of these breeds. It really is. Coming really close. They love driving here in the Great Yorkshire. These hedgerows just let the horses do their thing. They really do. So Brewster's out, and Elaine Ramsey's out. So, Elaine comes back in, and her niece goes out now. Ailsa with the Peggy's Lee Clydesdales. Great day yesterday. Winner of the two-wheel. Already qualified. She'd qualified up in Fife, but she won the two-wheel. And also got engaged, which was absolutely lovely. And good luck to them both, to Ailsa and to Chris. So out go the Clydesdales. The Peggy's Lee, Ailsa and her mum, Annette, run the Peggy's Lee. It's a boarding house with a difference. It's a B&B, Airbnb, whatever you might call it, with a difference, because you can get up close and personal with the Peggy's Lee Clydes. It's absolutely brilliant. It's all about continuance. And then Ailsa's best mate joins us next, Charlotte Young. Charlotte with the Clydes, with David Ritchie's Farm Implement Makers, Clydesdales. Charlotte's out with Ailsa. The two best mates are going head-to-head. Jake and Jimmy behind, and Ailsa and Lizzie and Ernie. She's won the team. She's won the championship here. There's not a lot that this lady doesn't know. Very much following on in Grandad's footsteps and Mum's and Aunt's footsteps. And it doesn't stop there, because Ailsa's cousin is one of the world's greatest show jumpers, Jos Verlooy. So, Charlotte comes across. This lady can drive absolutely anything. She can drive a single, she can drive a two-wheel, she can drive a pair, she can drive a team of four, just like Ailsa, and a team of six. And they both did at the Royal Highland. So there's not a lot between these two. Ailsa comes around with her Clydes, and Charlotte's off with hers. At this point, Steve isn't looking at the dray. He's not looking at the overall picture. He's looking at the way the horses are responding to the driver. He's looking to make sure, with the front bars across with the Clydes, he's looking to make sure that they're really working in harmony, and they're really on the bridle. They're not over-pulling, they're not breaking pace, but they're listening. And that's what he's looking for, straight as an arrow. Steve Leadsom has a jolly good look. And ladies and gentlemen, there's hours, days, months, years of work that goes into producing these incredible turnouts. Thanks to Susan and Ian Petman for their tremendous support. But please give them a very, very big round of applause. This is brilliant. This is unbelievable. Thank you very much to everybody in the world of the heavy horse here at the Great Yorkshire. It's a sight you don't see very often, and it's a sight that puts a smile on all our faces. This is all about promotion, protection, and preservation of all these 4 breeds, all here in the British Isles and all here for your enjoyment. Drive-off time. We don't know for which position. Trust me, I don't. It's best that I don't. So, it could be for 6th or 7th, I don't know. It is a drive-off between Mr. John Goodwin with his Shires and Elaine Ramsey with the Mill Clydesdales. So, this is where some decision will be made, and I can't tell you which one. On you go, John. On you go, Elaine. Clydes coming out now. Shires already out. John Goodwin comes in front of the President's box. Round the bandstand comes Elaine Ramsey. I don't know how you separate this. They have all been faultless. Oh, who'd be a judge? Who would be a judge? I wouldn't want this man's job. And we'll try and talk to him a little bit later on when he's calmed down, because it has been the most fabulous of competitions. The winner of the Ian and Susan Petman sponsored pairs in the world of the heavy horses. Many, many congratulations. Step forward to Elaine Ramsey and the Mill Isle Clydes. In second, well, he won the singles yesterday. It was, I don't know how you separate them, in second to John Goodwin and his wonderful Shires. Martin Kurzweil, step forward in third with your wonderful Charford Percherons. Richard Green in fourth with the Thwaite Sharks. Ailsa Noble in fifth with those wonderful Peggy's-Lee Clydes. It's not a place, really. It's just the most incredible sight. John McIntyre pulls in behind Ailsa. Well done to Karen and to Jane Grooms. Fabulous Suffolks, the Alder Farm Suffolks. Just love those. And my word, they are improving and they are just driving quite brilliantly. Stuart Green in next. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Ron Brewster in next. That's my fault. Well done, Ron, with the Clydesdales, the McIntyres, and the Go Dre. Then Stuart Green with the Cothorpe Shires. Jock McMillan and Charlotte Young. Delighted to welcome Ian and Susan Petman to make the presentation yet again. Hats off, hats off. Steve, how'd you do that? How did you do that? Well done.
With great difficulty. None of these boys and girls ever, very rarely get anything wrong with the harness, so you're looking ultimately with how they go, and for what I've seen today, I think I've got it right.
Well, you've got one pleased person, and the rest.
There'll be plenty outside of the ring, perhaps think I've got it wrong, but let them come in and have a go.
Exactly, I wouldn't want to have judged this. So, ladies and gentlemen, delighted to welcome Ian and Susan Petman. One more time, give them a round of applause. It is brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, as they come round, remember please, that this is preservation and it is passion and it is protection of all their horses. It's not for the money, I can assure you of that. It's a family, and it is all about showing these wonderful horses off to you here at the Great Yorkshire. Remember that, and please show your appreciation. But there is the winner. We'll see them in the championship. Well done indeed. It is congratulations to Elaine Ramsey and the Mill Isle Clydesdales. To John Goodwin. To Martin Kurzweil and the Percheron. To Richard Green and the Thwaites Shires. Elsa Noble and the Peggisleys Clydes. John McIntyre and the McIntyre Clydes. Karen White and Jane Groom's fabulous pair of Suffolks. To Ron Brewster and the McIntyre Clydes and the Gogar Dray. To Stuart Green and the Cothorpe Shires. To Jock Macmillan and the Mill Clydes. And to Charlotte Young with her Clydesdales. Utterly brilliant, and send them on the way and say thank you and well done.
Is it Atkinson's horses?
Mrs. Yes, I'm coming. Well done.
Hi, Kate. It's Jez. Can you talk? Can you talk? Yeah. Atkinson answered that on. It's the Scurry. Shall I get Scurry? Did you say? Sure. Right. Right. I'll get some Scurry in and then I'll scurry back. Right. I've just got show something then. Show something in. Yeah. So I'll get that stuff cleared and then I'm back for the show something. Yeah. No worries. Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Well, Great Yorkshire, the engines now are revving for heat number 2 in the Scurry driving. And we've got 6 forward. 2 smalls just having the opportunity to have a look around the arena, acclimatise themselves to the surroundings and the settings. And then 4 teams of large ponies very much taking the action seriously here this afternoon, battling it out for the top 4 places in this Scurry driving heat number 2. Sean Whitelock has set the track, and it takes us across the length and the breadth of the main arena here at the Great Yorkshire. Long way round for these ponies, so make sure you cheer them from start to finish, because you can make all the difference here this afternoon. The louder you cheer, the faster they go. It's true, it's been proven on time and time again. So get behind them from start to finish here this afternoon. We've got the slalom at 6. They're going to be weaving A, B, C and D, left, right, zigging, zagging. Then the box at 9. They can enter either side, on the left and leave on the right, enter on the right, leave on the left, depending on whichever rein is the strongest for the teams of ponies that we see out there here this afternoon. It is 5 seconds added to the time for the first ball off the cone, 10 seconds added to the time for every ball off a cone from there on in. So it is going to be fast and furious action this afternoon. Please play your part, get behind them all from start to finish, because it's Heat 2 of the Scurry Driving Championship. Well, here we go then, Great Yorkshire. The first of the 6, the first of 2 teams of small ponies. They're here, they're non-competitive, but they're still going to fly. They're going to let rip. They really are here this afternoon. Give them a warm welcome. The first to go, it's Track and Trace for Veronica Kelland. First of 6 here. This afternoon, they've had a good look around the main arena here at the Great Yorkshire earlier today. And they're off and they're running stride for stride as they start, setting off the clock down that line in front of the President's box from 1 to 2. Then they hang left, down the hill they go, 3. And then onwards to 4. Change of rein as they slice through the gate at 4. Back up the hill they go in front of the members' lawn there to 5. Then it's going to get very technical. We've got 5 seconds to add to the time. Very technical here as they head into the slalom. You watch the groom on the back, leaning to the right, then to the left, shifting the weight once more, keeping those wheels on the ground. She's very tight to the obstacle at sea, and then she's away. She's away in 33 seconds, so there's 5 seconds to add for Veronica Kelland, the first to go here with Track and Trace. Safely through 7. That caused all sorts of problems earlier this morning for the small ponies. No trouble at all for Veronica. Into the box on the left-hand side. A, B, C, and she's away. Leans forward, gives with those reins, asks the ponies to go, and they respond. They're into the gallop now. This is the final line. 2 gates from home. Come on then, Great Yorkshire. You can turn up the volume and bring them all the way down to the last. And they're through with 5 seconds to add. 63.08 becomes 68.08. What a start. Give her a round of applause. Well done, Veronica Kelland. Well, our next join us, and I think we can turn up the volume even more for them, because this man was quite brilliant earlier today. New team for him as well. New to the scene, but he's really making waves in the world of scurry driving. So good luck with Pie and Mash. It's Todd Price. You can see how they're all taking plenty of time at the start, just getting those 2 ponies focused, working together stride for stride, and then as they turn the corner, they eye up the first gate. Todd's going to lean forward, give with those reins, and set them loose, and that's exactly what he does. And they're off to the gallop through the first. Then the second comes very quickly. Left hand down, really having to work hard, but he does just that, recovers well. These 2 ponies, they're really pulling, aren't they? Still with plenty of running left in the legs. Up the hill they go, in front of the members' lawn, in front of the cafe there. Little bit of a correction and pays the price at 5. So we've got 5 seconds to add for Todd Price. Todd's on track with Pie and Mash. Into that slalom, doesn't take a pull. Left, right, little bit of miscommunication between the ponies. New ponies though to Todd, and these ponies have only been running together for a couple of months now, so huge ask for them, but this gate caused problems earlier today, and it does once more at 7, so we've got 15 to add now. Of course, 10 seconds for the second ball off the cone. Into the box on the right-hand side this time, and away on the left, and they're starting to accelerate a little bit more now. Just has to swing out a little bit wider past the Great Yorkshire planks. Back up the hill, down to the final 2 gates. We can turn up the volume once more to bring them home. Come on, Todd. Come on, Pie and Mash. Through they go. 61.16 becomes 76.16. Well done to Todd Price. So 2 gone and 4 still to go, but it's all getting very competitive from here on in because we've got the large ponies now. Let's see what this team can do. He was quite brilliant with the small ponies earlier today. Good luck to him. It's John Cornell, Bribery and Corruption, and we're away. And he's off to the races, isn't he? Large ponies, big stride, and we can see that. Look at the ground covering stride there from the 2 ponies. So 1, 2, 3, 4 over and done. Look at how both John and the groom on the back lean right the way over that right wheel. Keep it on the floor as the turf kicks up as they turn back right-handed into the slalom. Now, does he take a check? Of course he doesn't. Keeps up the pace. Left, right, zigzag. Weaves, he slips and slides. Words of advice and guidance from the groom on the back, but now he's starting to go through the paces. Just starting to put the foot down a little bit more. Perfectly accurate through the gate at 7. Now to extend into the box. Just sits up there, takes a little bit of a pull. Takes a little bit of a check. Through he goes. In on the left-hand side and away on the right, and he's away in 46, 3 gates from home. Now Yorkshire bring them home because we've got 5 to add. That could be costly for John Cornell with his 2 ponies, Bribery and Corruption. They stay with the 5 to add, and the time is 62.75. Great Yorkshire, give him a round of applause. So, first score to be recorded, 62.75 for John Cornell. Bribery and Corruption. But here we go with the next. Good luck. Alan Clark, Pride and Joy. So here we go. 2 Welsh ponies, 114, 116. Alan, a farrier from Cambridgeshire. Made the journey up to be with us at the Great Yorkshire once more. We saw him here 12 months ago. He's back, but he'll be looking to make victory here this afternoon. And you can see the way there, those ponies really accelerated away at the start. So through he goes. Time to beat, 62.75. But accuracy, all part of the test. Have to keep those balls on top of the cones. Look at the groom there, just correcting. Slices across, gambled. Doesn't pay off. We've got 5 to add, but it's early in the course. So now he can start to turn the screw a little bit more. Just start to move up through the gears. He's going to have to take a little bit more of a risk along the way. He's in, he's very wide, but corrects it well. Look at the groom on the back, shifting the weight from one side to the other. Now they're away. 5 seconds to add. Of course, let's see what time he's out of the box. Must be out of the box in around 40 seconds to be up on the clock. With that 5-second time penalty. Doesn't take a pull in on the left. Keeps up the canter, keeps up the gallop, and he's out on the right, and he's out there in 42. So this is very much in touch. Time to beat at the moment, 62.75. 5 seconds to add for Alan Clark with Pride and Joy. Is he going to do it? Going to be very close indeed, but I think he might. 54.16 becomes 59.16. He's done it. $59.16, even with a ball off the cone. He's gone into the lead, and I think Great Yorkshire, we can give him another round of applause. Well done, Alan Clark. So, 4 gone, 2 to go. Alan Clark leads, John Cornell second. We could get quicker still this afternoon, but they are going to have to fly. I think if someone's to beat Alan Clark here this afternoon, it's going to be one of the quickest runs that we've ever seen here at the Great Yorkshire. But let's see if that quick round can come from this young lady. She was making a debut here at the Great Yorkshire 12 months ago. It's great to see her back. Good luck with Cookie and Custard to Lily Owens. Moves up from the trot. Into the canter. Swish of the tail as they mean business, and away goes Lily. She was brilliant here 12 months ago, but she's got 12 months of experience under the belt now, and it's really showing, isn't it? Because this is so quick for Lily. Through she goes, the gate at 4. A little bit wider than we've seen, but this skate at 5 has caused a few problems, but not for Lily Owens. Leaves that one standing, so still clean at the moment as she heads into the slalom. Gets them nice and straight. Direct route. In she goes. Through. Left, right, left, right. That was very quick. Give her a round of applause because we're out. We're away from the slalom there in 31 seconds. Best run through the slalom that we've seen all day here at the Great Yorkshire. Now into the box. Must be at around 42. Goes in on the right. Takes an alternative route. Just has to work to get the two ponies back on track and focused. But she's done brilliantly well. And she's away from the box in 50 seconds. So now, the big run uphill, there's nothing to add, is there? But it's got 5 seconds to add now. That little bit of a mistake so late in the course. Let's give her a big cheer. She's heading back through the final gate. And the final time is 68.18. Well done, Lily Owens. She goes into third. John Cornell second. Alan Clark still leads. So, 59.16 to beat. Will it be Alan Clark or will it be this last team to go? Driving the two ponies, Wing and a Prayer. Great Yorkshire, please welcome Karen Morris. And just look at these two ponies go. Head down onto the bridle and they're pulling stride for stride. Big stride as well. And they are running so well together, aren't they? 1, 2, 3. And this is the quickest start to the run that we've seen all day here at the Great Yorkshire. Not only is she quick, she's accurate, she's precise. Back up the hill she goes through at 5. No problems there for Karen Morris. We've gone from the youth of Lily Owens to the experience of Karen. She's a true superstar in the world of scurry racing. Look at the experience and the skill that she uses there to get the ponies back on track. She's away and she's giving them words of encouragement every stride of the way around this main arena here at the Great Yorkshire. Through at 8. Into the box, keeps up the gallop. She's in on the right-hand side. Does she take a pull? Of course she doesn't. She keeps up the gallop. She's away in 43. Nothing to add at the moment. She's there or thereabouts, working really hard to the right-hand turn. Back for home. Come on then, Great Yorkshire. Bring her home. 59.16 to beat. Couldn't be closer. Is she going to do it? Yes, she is. And look what it means to her. There's a punch of the air, there's a smile on the face, because that is your winner, Great Yorkshire. Wing and a Prayer, Karen Morris. She's heading over to the president's box with a smile on her face. Well done to the winner this afternoon, Karen Morris, Wing and a Prayer. Well, how good was that this afternoon, Great Yorkshire? It was brilliant, and it's building towards their final here in the main arena on Friday. Delighted to welcome forward Sir Andrew Lawson-Tancred to make the presentation of awards. And that presentation thoroughly deserved to the winner of the Scurry driving heat number 2. Well done, Cara Morris, wing and a prayer. Many congratulations in seconds, so close. He's still got that championship on Friday though, hasn't he? Well done with pride and joy to Alan Clark. Congratulations in third. Still with plenty of running left in the tank there. Well done, John Cornell, bribery and corruption. And there in fourth, it's the young lady Lily Owens, cookie and custard. Great to have them all with us. Thank you, Veronica Kellen. Thank you, Todd Price, for joining us this afternoon as well. But ladies and gentlemen, what a win it is for this lady. Your winner this afternoon, it is wing and a prayer for Karen Morris. Still so much more to come this afternoon here in the main ring on day 2 of the Great Yorkshire of 2025. Of course, the best soldier presentation. Lots to celebrate there. We've got more show jumping, the Yorkshire Speed Championship, that to come a little later this afternoon as well. But up next, you can see they're out there prepping, and they'll be with us in just a moment's time, making the walk up the hill to just behind us here in the tower. It's Ben Atkinson and the Atkinson Action Horses. So grab yourself a seat, don't go too far, because they're with us in just a moment's time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, founded in 1996, the Atkinson Action Horses have performed all over the world, America, India, Dubai, and across Europe. Each performance dedicated to celebrating the incredible creature, the horse. And today presenting a brand new performance created especially for the Great Yorkshire Show. The family that hail from East Yorkshire are proud to represent homegrown Yorkshire talent. Please welcome Ben Atkinson and the Atkinson Action Horses.
drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down. We're getting on fire, we're raising them higher. The bottle is up, we're over the top, it's time to get wild. The time of our life, it's happening now. We're out of control, together we're rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, we gotta rock party till the last shot. Fill that jug and raise your cup up. We gotta chug, better take it unstuck. Hey, come drink it till the last drop. So please just let us burn down this place, and we will end up in the hole of fame. Let's get ready for a drinking game. So come and sip it till the last drop. Over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder, rolling over and over we down the river. We drunk and all of our thumbs went up in the air. Tongue it in the wind and sung to the thunder.
My life is a party, my home is the club. I party like a rock star, dance until I'm drunk. My life is a party, my home is the club. My stage is the dance floor, party never stops. My life is a party, my home is the club. I party like a rock star, dance until I'm drunk. My life is a party, my home is the club. My stage is the dance floor, party never stops. DC, Paris, Bel Air, say yeah to Monaco, Zento, Domingo, here we go. Hello, can you just feel it? Are you ready to go? Hello, do you receive my echo? My life is a party, my home is the club. I party like a rock star, dance until I drop. My life is a party, my home is the club. My stage is the dance floor, party never stops. I say hey, you say ho, turn it up, here we go. I say hey, you say ho, spin me round like a yo-yo. I beat rocks.
What is liberty? To me, liberty is the art of communication. Imagine each signal you teach your horse as a word in a language you are creating together. The more words you create, the more complete the conversation you can have. It is our duty to prepare our horses for the world around them, to give them confidence, and to have ways to guide them and restore them when we need to. Just as no human is born with language, no horse is born able to understand humans. Liberty is the byproduct of our journey to understand our horses, and in return, to be understood. Liberty is falling in love with the process. The goal is not to sprint towards the final destination, but to savor every moment on the journey. It could take months to reach a milestone. Don't starve yourself of praise and purpose in that time. For the beauty of horsemanship is in those small moments that carry us like footsteps on the path. Set aside the thoughts that rattle on into the future and allow yourself the privilege to be present. The first time I meet a horse, I imagine myself Michelangelo, standing before the unshaped stone. To everybody else, it is just a rock. But to me, I already behold the masterpiece of David. But art cannot be rushed. And so, with time and patience, we chip away to uncover hidden talents in our horse that if rushed by could have been missed or misshapen. We keep our eyes peeled for sparks of talent to be fanned to flames of greatness.
Great Yorkshire, a wonderful talent, and it's great to have him back here at home. Ben Atkinson, Atkinson Action Horses.
So some wonderful competitions still to come here in the main ring on the second day of the Great Yorkshire Show. And in a few moments' time, we will be setting the scene and setting the fences for the Riding Park Great Yorkshire Championship. We have Forever Tennis, we have the Yorkshire Volunteers Band. But in a few moments' time, it is synonymous with the Great Yorkshire Show, and it is a very, very special presentation. It is to the best soldier of 1st Battalion, the Royal Yorkshire Regiment. And very, very shortly, we will unveil who the 2025 best soldier is from 1st Battalion, Royal Yorks. And we welcome now the 1st Battalion, Royal Yorkshire Regiment. The Jackal and the Foxhound are joining us now. Very much the focus of the modern army and very versatile and fast across all terrain. Delighted to welcome our President-elect, who will present the best soldier to the recipient. Nick Lane Fox will present in a few moments' time. The 1st Battalion, the Royal Regiment, select the best soldier. And Major Hodgson, Caravan Company, have nominated this soldier. It is many congratulations as they join us to Private Jaden Olivia Hansen. It's had a significant and lasting impact on the Caravan Company and the 1st Battalion, the Royal Yorkshire Regiment, 1R Yorks, over the previous past 12 months. Her dedication, professionalism, and exemplary performance has tangibly enhanced the operational effectiveness of the unit, particularly during an operational deployment to Kosovo in 2024, and throughout an extended period of heightened readiness in support of NATO's Strategic Reaction Force, the SRF, and NATO's Allied Reaction Force, the ARF. Ahead of a deployment to Kosovo on Op Elgin, Private Hansen rapidly generated to support Burma Company as a driver of the Foxhound Light Protected Patrol Vehicle driver. Her new chain of command were quick to realise her exceptional skill and reliability in this role. Operating in this challenging environment, she consistently delivered and ensured mission success across a plethora of patrols and tasks. Her professionalism throughout the deployment earned her the respect and trust of both peers and commanders alike. Throughout her time with 1R Yorks, Private Hansen has demonstrated consistent and impeccable reliability in all driving tasks assigned to her. Her extensive driving portfolio makes her a key enabler for the battalion, and her meticulous attention to detail and adaptability and can-do attitude have been instrumental in maintaining the operational tempo of 1R Yorks. Most recently, Private Hansen successfully completed a junior non-commissioned officer cadre, and her success on the card reflects her leadership potential and dedication to professional development, further showcasing her value to the battalion. And most significantly, Hansen is the first female infanteer of 1 R Yorks to pass this arduous course, a true trailblazer amongst her peers. Private Hansen's contributions to Corona Company and 1 R Yorks exemplify the highest standards of soldiering. Her professionalism, drive, reliability and commitment to excellence make her a credit to the Royal Yorkshire Regiment and an inspiring role model for future generations of female infanteers. Receiving the trophy and the Best Soldier Award from the President-elect Nick Lane Fox, many, many congratulations to Private Jaden Olivia Hansen. Many, many congratulations to the best soldier of the 1st Battalion, the Royal Yorkshire Regiment. Well done indeed to Private Jaden Olivia Hansen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a real treat now. A dynamic, classical crossover duo that has taken the world by storm. They offer a truly international experience. They've been wowing audiences with their perfect blend of nostalgia and innovation. taking classic compositions that you know and love and infusing them with new life and energy. From Nessun Dorma to Unchained Melody, their rich and emotional renditions are sure to take your breath away. Throughout their career, they've had the privilege of performing alongside some of the biggest names in the industry, including Russell Watson, Alfie Boe, Catherine Jenkins, and Wyn Evans. It is an honour and a pleasure to have them with us here at the Great Yorkshire Show of 2025. So please welcome Forever Tenors.
Nessun dorma, nessun dorma. Tu poi, o principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardi le stelle che tremano e di speranza. Ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, il nome mio nessuno saprà, oh no, sulla tua mano. Over to you, our Yorkshire crowd.
Thank you.
Sogno l'orizzonte, manca le parole. Io sì lo so che luce in una stanza quando manca il sole. Se non ci sei tu con me, su le finestre mostra tutto il mio cuore che hai acceso. La luce che hai incontrato per strada.
tante man le parole e io se no tu sei qui con me. Tu la luna tu sei qui con me. Il sole tu sei qui con me, con me, con me, con me. Time to say goodbye. Paesi che non ho mai, ma non ho messo con me. Adesso sì vivo con te, ma sì son navi per mari che io lo so, no esistono più. Con te io gli vivo, con te agirò. Son navi per mari che io lo so, no esistono più. Con te io gli vivo, con te Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Adam Lacey.
Mr. Jack Follett.
They've been across the world with some of the very best in the industry. It's an honour and a pleasure to have them here in Yorkshire. Ladies and gentlemen, Forever Tenors.
It is led on parade. Just before we set the scene, it is led on parade by Drum Major Stuart Robinson. It is the band of the Yorkshire Volunteers.
Bandonums by the centre. Quick march.
The salute this afternoon, taken by the operations manager of the Great Yorkshire Show, Nigel Morgan. And Drum Major Stuart Robinson now asking permission to march off.
Thank you very much, sir. Band the drums, by the centre, quick march.
We say thank you so much to Harrogate International Festival for bringing us the magic of the Yorkshire Volunteers. On Ilkley Moor Bartat, thank you to the Yorkshire Volunteers Band. Standing front and centre in front of the President's box is the man in the Panama. The man who has been part of the Great Yorkshire Show for the last 20 years. He has been such an instrumental and key part of the family. He is Nigel Morgan, the operations manager of the Great Yorkshire Show, and he retires at the end of this month. And he retires after the show having helped organise a wonderful, impressive 20 Great Yorkshire Shows, responsible for health and safety here at the show, event planning and management, emergency planning, and advisor on security and VIP visitors, including key members of the royal family and members of Parliament. Prior to joining the Yorkshire Agricultural Society, Nigel enjoyed over 30 years working in the police at a senior level, responsible for the road policing of the show, well before joining the Society as operations manager. There is no doubt that this man has done so much not only for the Yorkshire Agricultural Society, but also, from me personally, Nigel, the industry as a whole. You have championed bars and operation licensing. You have championed delivering safe and secure events, and you have been instrumental, and your blueprint is now recognized throughout the country and throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you, and I know personally, that this man is a true legend, not only of the Yorkshire Agricultural Society, but of the Association of Show and Agricultural Organisers and county shows up and down the length and breadth of the British Isles. Nigel, you're forever welcome wherever you go, particularly here in Harrogate. And we say thank you so much, my friend, and well done.
time, so I'll just. Right, I won't have time to do it. So I'll nip up with. I'll see you up there. If that's all right. Smashing. Right. Okay. Lovely. Thank you. Thanks. Oh yes, yeah, it was all right. Well, except that we got them and then I picked them. She gave me them all in fact. I picked them up and the bag just went through the whole bloody lot of them. We waited for 20 minutes and then I said, sorry, I'm sure I'll have to wait. So it took about 35 minutes. Right, I'm going to go and get a bottle of water. Wander around there. So if you go back to Kate, Kate's wondering where I am. I'm just going to do this job body and then I'll be back. It won't take me long to send it nicely. So thank you. All right, mate.
I'll probably be the same time as you, to be fair, but
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I'm there
No,
first,
you
I'll
probably
let her
will.
know.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Just straight out.
You can go this. Oh, yeah.
Just straight out. Right, ready?
Yeah, don't want any escapees, do we?
How you doing, right? Alright, last job. Just a few TVs. It's a good spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually going to go a bit further up there, but here's a good spot. There's a lot of chains, so I've got to put her I'm that nice, isn't it?
yeah.
The Yorkshire flanks will look really nice on the side as well.
Yeah,
They jump. Well, they're jumping. They can jump either one, but because it's a speed class, they jump from two, and then they'll come really tight. So the takeoff will be on the angle. So this one closest to us.
Yeah.
Imagine that's it like that.
Yeah.
They'll jump it across like that.
Oh, so they're only
So it
turning while we're jumping.
should look really good.
I think. This side of
Yeah.
that corner. I'm learning. So it's taken 5 years.
Well, the final action on day 2 here in the main ring at the Great Yorkshire of 2025 is the Rudding Park Great Yorkshire Speed Championship, and the big guns come out firing time and time again. Annabelle Shields, Helen Treadwell, recent winners of this Rudding Park Speed Championship, and it is a 1 round against the clock, fast and furious, but it's all about speed. Seconds added for fences knocked down. Each fence lowered, 4 seconds added to the times. So they have to go for it. There is no other option, and there's a field of 44 coming forward to contest over this track set by Jason Abbs and the team.
If they have a stop, it's just seconds added to their time. And Jason Abbs, right in the middle of the course, fence 3, there's an option. Go out on the right-hand side, go wide. Go inside, gamble to the next. So that's a cheeky little option. We've also got where Ben Townley, that svelte figure of Ben Townley, stood right in the middle. Fence 7 is a charming little Swedish oxer. So it's all out there, John, and loads to see, loads to do. It's foot to the floor, 4 seconds to add.
It is indeed. There's loads to see as well at the Rudding Park, a luxury hotel, spa and golf resort located half a mile from the showground. It's gained an enviable reputation as a leading resort in the north of England. It features a range of accommodation from hotel bedrooms and suites to cottages and lodges. And its destination rooftop spa is the perfect spot to relax and unwind. Spoiled for choice if you're looking for somewhere to dine as well. Wonderful venue, and we can't wait for this. The Rudding Park Great Yorkshire Speed Championship of 2025. 44 forward. It is going to be foot to the floor, pedal to the metal from the off. Good luck to them all.
So good luck to them all. It's foot down and away we go. And the first to go is Emma Crawford and King Louis III. Nothing to add, 85.40. They will go quicker over the Rudding Park, 85.40, but clean score there for Emma Crawford and King Louis III.
So there we go. We're underway with the Rudding Park Speed Championship, and here we go with the next. It is a combination that we've seen in brilliant form at Horse of the Year show, the London International and the Hong Kong International as well. Seb Hughes, good luck to him. Colorado Volo.
Just a bit of confidence, ready for the Ripon Select Foods Cock of the North, 8 to add, so they'll finish on 87.07 there for Seb Hughes and Colorado Volo. So, but they are going to go quicker, and this lady will, John.
She will indeed. She's been a superstar for Great Britain this season, competing in the Young Rider Nations Cup team. She was in flying form at Bolesworth over in Cheshire just last weekend. Here with Heroine Pasquier. Good luck to Glyne Watkin-Jones.
Good round for this young superstar, 65-66, and that shows the way in the running park.
Nothing to add for Glenn Watkins-Jones. And now they have to run, they have to chase. And this lady will do just that. She was brilliant out in Aachen just last weekend. She's been a gold medalist at World Championships as well.
But brilliant in eventing as well as jumping, John.
In the world of jumping, we've seen her win as far afield as the Hong Kong International Horse Show. Good luck. Here with Warrior Special, Gemma Stevens.
Mile 8 to add, 88.62. The lady who actually started her incredible riding career in the Shetland Pony Grand National. Bet you didn't know that, John. So 88.62.
So it is Glenn Watkins-Jones that leads from Emma Crawford in second. Poppy Strong is the next to take up that challenge set by Glenn Watkins-Jones of 65.66. New ride for her for this season, jumping very well on the national circuit back in April. It's Jersey S and Poppy Strong.
Up and over the last. It is 4 to add, 72.78 there for Poppy and Jersey S.
Goes second at the moment there for Poppy Strong. Glenn Watkins-Jones still leading by nearly 8 seconds. But the next combination, well, we've seen them feature at the Horse of the Year show. It is riding Imperium, RJ, Jordan Thompson.
8 to add, 80.56. 80.56 with that 8 seconds to add. Still, it is in Watkin Jones and Heroin Pasquier still leading the way. 80.56 there, Jordan Thompson.
So here we go with the next, and it's a horse that Joanne Whittaker's been producing very carefully for the last 2 years now, and let's see if they can go quicker than 65.66. Here with Just Jack. Good luck to Joanne Whittaker.
Up and over the last, nothing to add. Good round, 73.75 into third. There for Joanne Whittaker and Just Jack. So still it is Glenn Watkin Adams and Heroin Pasquier leading the way, 65.66.
Poppy Strong second at the moment. Joanne slots into a third there. But what a horse this has been for Carmen Edwards. They go next. We've seen them placed in the Cock of the North Championship. They've won International Grand Prix. They've won Puissance as well. The very best of luck. It's Happy Valerie, Carmen Edwards.
Big jumping horse this is, really, and we'll wait for that to go through the double walls in the Cock of the North, but 12 to add, so 89.10 there. 89.10 Carmen Edwards and Happy Valerie. It is a very special moment when there's a Happy Valerie in the house.
Great to see her this afternoon, isn't it? And sure, we're going to be seeing her tomorrow afternoon in that big Cock of the North Championship. But the next to join us, it is Sophie Wicks. She was jumping such brilliant rounds at the Bolesworth International in the Young Rider Series there just 2 weeks ago. Good luck to her with David Wicks, Billy Hepburn.
What a pity. Bad luck there for Sophie. It is elimination and Billy Hepburn. So it is Glenn Watkin-Jones still leading the way, a third of the way through this, the Running Park Great Yorkshire Championship. South-facing terrace and outdoor kitchen at Clock Tower is the perfect spot for alfresco dining. On a night like tonight, what could be better? Well, thank you very much to the Running Park and good luck to them all.
Can't wait as well for tomorrow. More fast and furious action with the Yorkshire Dales Ice Cream Junior Championship. Thank you to them as well, the wonderful sponsors of that Junior Championship that we're going to see for the very first time here at the Great Yorkshire tomorrow afternoon. But fasten your seatbelts for this one, because Maisie Williams means business here with the Blossom Studs. Blossoms, Billy Hines.
Rattles the last, but that stayed in it. But it is only 4 to add. 73.75 puts them in the money into equal third there for Maisie Williams and Blossoms Billy Hines.
Tied, exactly the same score as Joanne Whitaker. Poppy Strong second. Glenn Watkin-Jones still leading, but it's great to have this young man back with us here at the Great Yorkshire. Local lad, but now based over in Ireland, riding for Greg Broderick. He's brought a team of horses back for this event and this event only. Here riding Casino's Boom. Good luck to Harry Wood.
Really good time. Look at the clock, 63.05. 4 to add in the Running Park. Second, because they'll be on 67.05. Even with that 4 seconds to add, they're into second place.
Well, we know that time set by Glenn Watkin-Jones is beatable, but this is where it becomes very costly to have a rail down. We've seen that just a moment ago for Harry Wood, but this man was brilliant to win the William Hanson Stakes yesterday afternoon. Good luck to him with Forest Rose Gold, Robert Whitaker.
Up and over. It is just the one down, 68.99. Into third goes Rob. So they're getting closer, but can they leave the fences up in the Rudding Park? That is the important thing. Into third there for Rob Whittaker.
It is indeed the important thing. That's exactly what Glenn Watkin-Jones did, and that's why she leads 65-66 to beat at the moment. But they're getting closer and closer. And here's another young talent for Great Britain that's been jumping very well all the way up to world ranking competitions this season on the circuit. It is riding Abby Armstrong's Gold Star, Isabella Armstrong.
Up and over, rattles the last, 4 to add, 79.03, Isabella Armstrong and Gold Star. So, 79.03, we're now over a third of the way through the Rudding Park Great Yorkshire Speed Championship. Still Glenn Watkin-Jones leading, and Heroin Pusquier, and that incredible time, a 65.66.
About a third of the way through, but it's Simon Buckley that goes next, and this is an exciting new addition to his team for this summer season. Could be one to watch out for in this Rudding Park Speed Championship. The best of luck with Domination FZ to Simon Buckley.
Up and over the last for Simon, 8 to add, 86.32 is their time with Domination, and yeah, brand new partnership.
Glenn Watkin-Jones still leading, Harry Wood second, Rob Whittaker third, Poppy Strong fourth, but from one new partnership for this summer season to another, it is the turn of Route 55 and Charlotte Arnold-Gibson.
12 to add. 102.12 for Charlotte Arnold Gibson, and Route 55, 101, 102.12 is their total time. Charlotte Dash could certainly have a go though.
65.66 to beat. She was incredible to finish top 3 in the international stairway earlier this afternoon, and she's just winding up the engine there. Charlotte Ash and Air Saint-Dulay.
Up and over, 4 to add, 70.64, the total time there for Charlotte Dash. Into fourth with that 4 to add in the running park.
But I don't think this next lady will be hanging around. She's been brilliant on the county show circuit this season. Big winner at Devon back in May. She was, of course, 3rd in the Hickstead Derby a few weeks ago. Good luck, El Salvador Van Schapoff Zed and Sammy Joe Coffin.
Jumps it, where's the clock? It's the new leader in the running park. 64.26. Sammy Joe, St Austell's finest, says, come on, catch me if you can. 64.26.
Almost halfway through. Brilliant from Sammy Joe, 3rd in this very competition last year. She wants to win it this season, though, doesn't she? But so does this next lady. Here riding Nightline, it's Sarah Colgan.
one of the biggest tracks they'll have jumped. So they'll be quite pleased with that. And well done to Sarah Colgan and Night Lion. Stevie Crosby joins us now. He'll be going fast. There's one speed for Stevie.
There is indeed, but it needs to be quick, doesn't it? 64.26 to catch. He was on the podium in the Speed Championship over in Lancashire earlier in the season. Let's see if he can finish top of the podium here tonight. Stevie Crosby, special as he.
Good time, but 2 fences down, 8 seconds to add, so they finish on 77.78. 77.78 there for Stevie Crosby, and special as he. Still 64.26, 65.66, 67.05. There's the top 3 scores.
Sammy Jo Coffin the quickest to this point, but this young lady was a double winner at the Royal Norfolk 2 weeks ago. She's looking for her first victory of the week here at the Great Yorkshire, riding Michelle Burnett's Shapa Cow. Good luck to Ella Dalton.
Up and over the last, they finish on 92.11 with those 20 seconds to add, 92.11. And now, can this man start to strike gold? Just pipped at the last in the stairway earlier on.
He's got a score to settle, hasn't he? He wants to finish top here in the Rudding Park Speed Championship. Thank you to Rudding Park. Here he goes on his quest to catch 64.26. Gennaro and John Whittaker.
Can he do it? Can he do it? Yes, he can. John Whittaker, the magician, does it again. And Yorkshire's finest and the world's finest shows the way. 63.09. 1.5 seconds quicker.
Still at his very best, and that's brilliant to see, just turning up the tempo, turning up the heat here for the Running Park Speed Championship. We've got to get even quicker still, but it's the turn of Izzy Doyle, another young rider that goes next. She's here riding Deborah Doyle's Klaxon van der Bosweg.
Izzy jumps over the last 8 to add, 95.33 the total time for Klaxon van der Bosweg and Izzy Doyle.
63.09 is the time to beat, but the next to go, we've seen them placed here before at the Great Yorkshire. They are, of course, double Talent Seeker champions. Good luck to Linton de la Chapelle and Chantel Duggan.
Well, bravely over, but sadly not to be. Bad luck. They retire Chantel Duggan and the Talent Seeker champion Linton de la Chapelle. So Whittaker leads, Coffin second, and Watkin Jones in third. 63.09, 64.26, 65, 66 in the running park. Fabulous golf course up there, just a mile, under a mile here from the showground. Home to the most extensive golf venue in Yorkshire. 18-hole Hawtree course, 6-hole Repton short course, Trackman driving range and golf academy.
Thank you once more to the Running Park team. And here we go with the next one of 18 still to go in the Speed Championship this afternoon. They've been winning on the Global Champions Tour. It's Catherine Fanshawe, Operette, Van de Kokook.
Well, they get over the last. And 105.24 there, Catherine Fanshawe and Operetta. And now Guy Williams, the man who has won speed championships all over the world. He's based close to Running Park. Can he put his marker down in the Running Park Championship?
$69.73, we have to add the 473. 73 it becomes there for Guy Williams and Ernie of Green Hills there. But this lady joins us fresh from a top 6 placing in the International Stairway a little earlier this afternoon. She's in good form. Will it continue for her and Elsa? Good luck to Sian Edwards.
74-16 there for Sean Edwards and Elsa. With that one down, still John leads, Sammy Joe second, Glenn in third. Klein in third.
63.09 is the time to beat, but we've seen this combination placing very well over the past 12 months in under 25 Young Rider Grand Prix. Here riding Windy Ridge McConkey, it's Ellie Fannin.
So they finish on 92.76 there for Ellie Fannin and Elsa. Ellie Fannin, in fact, and Windy Ridge McConkey. 92.76. Still with Khalid, 63.09 in the running, and it's getting less and less and less opportunities.
We head to Gloucestershire with the next young man that's been placed very well over in Europe over the past 18 months. He was placing very well at the Welsh Masters at the start of the year. Here riding Calcourt Countdown, Joe Fernyhough.
Oh, no. Look at the clock, 62.75. 4 to add. Would have done it 66.75. In fact, puts them into third.
Goes into fourth, in fact, there for Joe Fernyhough. Calcourt Countdown. John Whittaker can breathe a sigh of relief. He knew just how quick that was, but 4 at the last for Joe, proving costly. 63.09 still sits top of that leaderboard. As we move on to the next, good luck to Jasmine Gutsall. Jasmine's here with Killer Porn, Contador.
jumps over the last, and it is 8 to add, so they finish on 95.79 for Jasmine Gutzel and Kilapon Conta Cientada. So 95.79.
John Whittaker still leading. 11 left to go, but this man, he was brilliant. Under 25 champion, the Bowlesworth International. He was winning on the 5-star circuit, world ranking classes up to the Royal Windsor Horse Show back in May. Here riding Castell 22, Jack Whittaker.
Bordeaux 72.65 for Jack.
Just 10 to go. 63.09 is that time to beat. David Harland is the next to feature, though. Let's see what he can do. Been there or thereabouts already this week. He was placed at the Horse of the Year show last October. He's here with Chinkareev. Good luck to David Harland.
It's close, it's very close. It's 64.32. They go into third. Into third there. It was a good effort. John Whittaker still leads, Sammy Joe second, and now David into third.
Top 6 made up by Glenn Watkin-Jones, Joe Faniho and Harry Wood. But the next is Can Be Lucky. They're going to need a bit of luck to catch John Whittaker this afternoon. But this lady won the under-25s in London in December. Good luck to Jess Hewitt.
Up and over, and it's a clear. It's a good clear, 71.47. Won't trouble the top 5, but it is clear in the running park.
Sets her up nicely there with more competitions to come over the next 2 days here at the Great Yorkshire. But we've seen this man in action already. He was in winning form at the Lincolnshire Show just last month. Here riding Con Sarastra, it's Ben Hobday.
Good run for Ben, 73.89, 77.89. The chances are getting less and less and less, and Whitaker breathes on once more.
Just 7 left to go, but this man is no stranger to winning big here at the Great Yorkshire. He's a 2-time winner of the Cock of the North Championship. He is the reigning champion, defending his crown tomorrow afternoon. Riding for the HK Horses team with Happy Duteau, it's Richard Howley. It is 4 to add, 62.07 on the clock, 66.07 there for Richard Howley, and Happy Duteau. It goes into 5th there for Richard, and it's Glenn Watkin-Jones 4th, David Harlan 3rd, Sammy Jokoff in 2nd, John Whitaker still leading the way. But here's another combination that we've seen jumping so well here at the Great Yorkshire, time and time again, bringing out the best in them. It is the turn of Lisa Jones and Diana P.
combination that have been together for so long, and they're a combination that bring a smile to your face every time you see them jump. It is clear, 72.87 there for Lisa Jones and Diana P. The combination that have had so much success here at the Great Yorkshire Show. 5 to go.
But they're all quick, but they need to be to catch 63.09. This lady, let's see what she can produce, a horse that she's been building up through the ranks over the past 3 years. This is Laura Kennedy. It is her own Lee Stone Single Lady.
Up and over, up and over. They finish on 77.03 for Laura Kennedy and Lee Stone Single Lady. 77.03 their time, and 4 left to go. Whitaker leads.
2 for Scotland and 2 for England here this afternoon in the Rudding Park Great Yorkshire Speed Championship. It is Scotland that go next. This man brilliant to place in the William Hanson Stakes yesterday afternoon, riding Regina van ter Rivalenhof. It's Stephen Lahore. Well, 82.65 on the clock, and we had the 486.65 there for Stephen Lahore and Regina van Rivalenhof. 3 left to go, the final challenge for Scotland now. This man was jumping very well on home soil at the Royal Highland a couple of weeks ago. Here riding Johnny Walker, it's Sandy McLean.
Takes the stride out and flies it. 66.31. Not going to challenge John's time of 63.09 though for Sandy McLean. 2 to go.
Sandy makes his way into the presentation at the moment into 6th, but there's 2 left, and both of them could shake up the leaderboard here this afternoon. This man's quick. Let's see if he can go quicker than 63.09. We know he can. Ziroka Zoom and George Whittaker.
George goes over. 71.54 there, George Whittaker and Ziroka Zoom. Last to go in the Rudding Park, John Whittaker leads.
But it was this very lady that won this very championship here at the Great Yorkshire 2 years ago. Can she reclaim the title in 2025? 63.09 to beat with Corin Dove, brother-in-arms, Annabelle Shields.
Good effort, good clear, but not going to touch it. 68.43 there for Annabelle. Annabelle and Pettiford VD. But it is a win in the Rudding Park Championship. For many, many congratulations to John Whittaker and Gennaro. Well, the prize giving coming up. What a championship, thanks to Rudding Park, and the prize giving coming up. And such a fitting end to this, the second of 4 amazing days here at the Great Yorkshire, that it is Yorkshire and the country's finest, John Whittaker, that wins. Prize giving coming up in a moment. Delighted to welcome the whole of the McInnes dynasty. Thank you so much for everything you do, Rudding Park, to Simon and Julie and to Matthew McInnes, to step forward and say, job well done, and congratulations to the legend, the incomparable one and only John Whittaker and Sue Evans' Gennaro. In second place, made the trip up all the way from St Austell. It is the lady of the moment. It is Sammy Jo Coffin and El Salvador. Third is David Harland and Shinka Rave. In fourth place, well done to this young lady. What a super round. Set us off. It is Glyne Watkin-Jones and Heroin Pasquier. Richard Howley in fifth. And in the ring now, Sandy McLean and Johnny Walker. Thank you so much to Simon, to Julie, and to Matthew McInnes, and to Rudding Park. Ladies and gentlemen, salute the greatest, salute Yorkshire's John Whittaker, Gennaro.